Welcome. Take a deep breath and let yourself settle in. Tonight, we're going on a gentle journey into the world of foxes. Just listen and let these facts wash over you like a calm wave. If these gentle journeys bring you peace, consider leaving a kind word, sharing this moment with another, or joining our growing flock of quiet dreamers. Comment your favorite animal and I might include it in the next video. Let's begin with something that might surprise you. Foxes are members of the dog family, known scientifically as Canidae. Now, you might find this interesting, because when you watch a fox move, when you see those vertical pupils contract, when you notice the way they stalk and pounce on prey, they seem so remarkably cat-like. That graceful, feline quality, the way they carry themselves with such quiet elegance, and yet, beneath all of that, foxes are true canids. They share their family tree with dogs, with wolves, with coyotes. It's a beautiful reminder that nature doesn't always fit into the neat boxes we create. Things can surprise us, just like you might surprise yourself with how relaxed you're becoming right now. How easy it is to simply let go. This brings us deeper into their family connections. Foxes are indeed related to dogs and wolves. They all belong to that same Canidae family, making them distant cousins. Imagine the family reunion. The tiny fennec fox with its enormous ears, sitting beside a massive gray wolf, and yet they share ancestors. They share DNA. They share that ancient lineage. The domestic dog sleeping at the foot of someone's bed, and the wild fox sleeping in its den beneath the earth, both carrying forward the legacy of canids that walked this planet millions of years ago. You're doing wonderfully, letting your mind wander through these gentle thoughts. Your breath is finding its own rhythm, steady and calm. There's such peace in learning, in discovering, without any effort at all. Just receiving these facts like gifts, allowing them to settle softly in your mind. Now, when scientists classify the natural world, they use specific categories, and foxes, the ones we think of as true foxes, belong to a genus called Vulpes. The word itself is Latin for fox, simple and direct. This genus is like an exclusive club, and it includes 12 recognized species. The red fox, with its russet coat and white-tipped tail, the Arctic fox, wrapped in thick white fur against the snow, the fennec fox, those satellite dish ears designed for the desert heat. Each one is a true fox, a member of Vulpes, carrying that designation like an ancient name passed down through generations. There's something soothing about this, about knowing that everything has its place, its proper name, its home in the grand organization of life. But here's where it gets interesting, and you can just let this information drift through your awareness. Only 12 of the 37 fox species are actually true foxes. The remaining 25, well, they have fox in their name. They look like foxes. They behave like foxes. but they belong to different genera. The gray fox, it's part of the genus Eurasian. The bat-eared fox, with those magnificent oversized ears, belongs to Otocion. They're still wonderful, still fox-like, but they branched off on different paths in the evolutionary tree. Cousins, rather than siblings. And isn't that just like life? Things aren't always what they first appear to be, and that's perfectly fine, perfectly natural. Feel how comfortable you're becoming, how your body is growing heavier, softer. You're absorbing this knowledge so effortlessly, like soil absorbing rain. Your mind is calm, open, receptive. You're exactly where you need to be, doing exactly what serves you. Rest into that feeling. The diversity of foxes is truly remarkable. There are about 37 fox species worldwide, spread across continents, across climates, across ecosystems as different as can be imagined. The red fox is the most common, the most widespread, the one you've likely seen in photos or perhaps even glimpsed at dusk in a meadow or suburban yard. But the family, the greater fox family, includes so many others. Some adapted to frozen wastelands, others to scorching deserts. Some with thick fur coats, others with large ears for cooling. Over 30 unique species, each one solving the puzzle of survival in its own way. Each one a testament to the beautiful flexibility of life on Earth. And with this diversity comes a range of sizes. Foxes come in different sizes depending on their species. At one end, we have the fennec fox, weighing as little as 2 or 3 pounds, small enough to hold in your hands, barely larger than a kitten. Those enormous ears, bigger than their tiny faces, designed to radiate heat in the Sahara Desert. At the other end, the red fox, which can weigh up to 30 pounds, standing tall, bushy-tailed, built for long winter nights and varied terrain, and everything in between. Each size is perfect for its purpose, each body designed for its world. Just as you, right now, are perfect as you are, breathing slowly, feeling yourself sink deeper into comfort. Notice how peaceful you feel, learning these gentle facts, letting them carry you along like a slow-moving stream. Your mind is quiet, your thoughts are soft, you're present, but so beautifully relaxed. This is your time, and you're using it perfectly. What makes foxes truly extraordinary is that they are the most widespread species of wild dog on the planet. They live in nearly every environment Earth has to offer. Dense forests where shadows pool beneath ancient trees, open deserts where the sun bakes the sand, mountain peaks where the air grows thin, and even cities where they've learned to navigate human spaces with remarkable intelligence. Parks, gardens, railway embankments, foxes have proven themselves to be ultimate adapters, ultimate survivors. While their wolf cousins have been pushed to the margins, while many wild canids struggle in shrinking habitats, foxes have found ways to thrive, to persist, to coexist. There's something almost meditative about their success, their ability to flow like water, to find the path, to make a home wherever they are. This becomes even clearer when we consider their range. Foxes are found on every continent except Antarctica. Think about that for a moment. Every major landmass on Earth, except the frozen bottom of the world. The red fox, in particular, has the broadest distribution of any carnivore. North America, where they trot through autumn leaves. Europe, where they appear in countless folk tales and stories. Asia, across vast steppes and dense jungles. Africa, in the northern regions. Even Australia, though they were introduced there by humans. From the deserts of North Africa to the tundras of Scandinavia, from the forests of Canada to the grasslands of Asia. Different species, different adaptations, but always foxes, always finding a way, always present. It's a comforting thought, isn't it? That no matter where you might travel on this earth, with one frozen exception, foxes are there too, living their quiet lives, raising their young, hunting, playing, surviving. You're doing so well. Your breathing is deep and slow. Your muscles are loose and heavy. Every fact you hear settles into your mind without effort, without strain. You're learning while you're releasing, growing sleepier and more peaceful with each passing moment. How wonderful it is to rest like this. So let's take a moment to reflect on what we've discovered together about these remarkable animals. We've learned that foxes, despite their cat-like grace, are members of the dog family, Canidae, related to wolves and domestic dogs. We've learned that true foxes belong to the genus Vulpes. Though many fox-like animals exist outside this classification, we've discovered that there are around 37 species of foxes worldwide, ranging from the tiny fennec fox to the larger red fox, each one adapted to its unique environment. And perhaps most remarkably, we've learned that foxes are the most widespread wild canids, found on every continent except Antarctica, thriving in forests, deserts, mountains, and even in our cities. These creatures have written themselves into nearly every corner of our planet, and in doing so, they've written themselves into human culture as well, symbols of cleverness, of adaptability, of survival. Now, let yourself rest in this knowledge. Let it settle like soft snow as we prepare to continue this gentle journey together. Breathe, relax, and know that more peaceful discoveries await. Whenever you're ready. One of the most distinctive features of any fox is that magnificent bushy tail. Foxes have bushy tails that help with balance and communication. When you picture a fox, you almost certainly see that tail, thick and luxurious, often as long as the fox's entire body, flowing behind them like a banner. But this beautiful tale isn't just for show, and it's not only for warmth. Though on cold nights, a fox will curl up and wrap that tail around itself like a blanket. No, that tail serves other purposes too. Watch a fox leap and turn while hunting, and you'll see the tail acting as a counterbalance, helping them make sharp turns, keeping them steady as they pounce. It moves through the air like a rudder, guiding, adjusting. And when foxes encounter each other, the tail becomes a language, held high, held low, bushed out in alarm, relaxed in contentment. Each position, each movement tells a story to other foxes, a conversation without words, just like your body is communicating with you now, telling you it's time to rest, time to let go. Now, if you look closely at a red fox's tail, you'll notice something specific, something that helps identify them even from a distance. The tip of a red fox's tail is white. Always, that distinctive white tip, like someone dipped a paintbrush in snow and touched it to the very end. Even when red foxes vary in color, and they do vary, some more golden, some almost silver, that white tip remains constant. It's a signature. Meanwhile, other fox species have their own markers. The swift fox, for instance, has a black-tipped tail instead. Nature's way of labeling, of distinguishing. Each species with its own detail, its own mark. Just as you are uniquely yourself, perfectly designed, carrying your own subtle markers that make you, you. Feel yourself sinking deeper now. Your mind is so calm, so receptive. You're absorbing these gentle truths about foxes, and with each one, you're becoming more relaxed, more peaceful. Your eyelids are growing heavier, and that's exactly right. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're exactly where you should be. Let the waves of sleep begin to lap at the shores of your consciousness. When you look into a fox's eyes, you might be startled by what you see, because foxes have vertical slit pupils, just like cats. This is unusual, unexpected. Most members of the dog family, wolves, domestic dogs, coyotes, they all have round pupils. But foxes took a different evolutionary path. Those vertical slits, narrow and precise, they serve a specific purpose. They help foxes hunt in low-light conditions, at dawn, at dusk, in the shadowy hours when the world is neither day nor night. Those pupils can open wide to gather every photon of available light, or narrow to thin slits when brightness increases. This gives foxes exceptional vision when they need it most. During those in-between times when prey is active and the world is painted in shades of gray and gold. Imagine seeing through those eyes, the world sharp and clear even as darkness falls, every movement visible, every detail crisp. Those cat-like eyes and a canine face, another reminder that foxes are creatures of contradiction, of beautiful paradox, existing between categories. just as you exist right now between waking and sleeping in that soft, peaceful, in-between space. But foxes don't rely on sight alone. They have another remarkable sensory tool. Foxes have whiskers on their legs as well as their faces. Think about that for a moment. Whiskers, those long sensitive hairs called vibrissae. We expect them on the face, around the muzzle, above the eyes, but foxes also have them on their legs. These whiskers are exquisitely sensitive, detecting the slightest touch, the smallest vibration. When a fox moves through tall grass, when it navigates through a narrow burrow in complete darkness, when it hunts at night with limited visibility, these whiskers provide information. They're like fingertips, reaching out, gathering data about the world. The leg whiskers brush against grass stems, against burrow walls, telling the fox exactly where it is in space. The facial whiskers detect movement, air currents, the presence of prey. Foxes use their whiskers as a kind of GPS, especially in dense vegetation, in tall grass that blocks their view. Those whiskers map the invisible, translate touch into understanding, and the fox moves through its world with confidence, guided by these sensitive instruments, just as you can move through your day with confidence, trusting in your own senses, your own inner guidance system. You're doing beautifully. Each breath carries you closer to sleep, closer to dreams. Your body knows what to do. It's already relaxing, already preparing for deep rest. These gentle facts about foxes are like a lullaby, soothing, rhythmic, carrying you along. There's no effort needed, just listening, just floating, just being. Now, anyone who has encountered a fox up close or visited a place where foxes live will tell you about another distinctive characteristic. Foxes have a strong, musky smell. It's unmistakable, earthy, wild, a scent that announces fox to anyone familiar with it. This smell comes from scent glands located at the base of their tail, special glands that produce oils with that characteristic musky odor. To us, it might seem overpowering, but to foxes, it's essential communication. They use this scent for marking territory, dragging those tail glands over rocks, over logs, over the boundaries of their home range, leaving an invisible message that says, I am here, this is mine. They also use scent to communicate with each other, to signal identity, to convey information we can only guess at. In the secret language of foxes, scent is poetry, is prose, is a whole library of meaning. And while we might wrinkle our noses, we can appreciate that every creature has its own way of speaking, its own way of making its presence known in the world. Just as you make your presence known in your own unique way, leaving your own mark on the world, even if it's quieter, gentler than a fox's territorial scent. Finally, let's consider how foxes adapt to the changing seasons. Foxes shed their coats seasonally, transforming themselves to match the needs of the climate. In cold regions, as winter approaches, foxes grow thick, luxurious coats. The fur becomes denser, fuller, creating layers of insulation against snow and wind and freezing temperatures. An Arctic fox in winter is almost unrecognizable, wrapped in such thick white fur that it looks twice its actual size, round and puffy and perfectly protected. But when warmth returns, when spring arrives and temperatures climb, those heavy coats become a burden. And so, the fox sheds. Hair comes out in clumps, drifts away on the breeze, collects in the den. Underneath, a lighter summer coat emerges, thinner, cooler, appropriate for the new season. This cycle repeats year after year, the fox always in harmony with its environment, always adapting, always changing to meet the moment. There's something deeply peaceful about this, about the idea of letting go of what no longer serves you, of releasing the heavy coat when it becomes too much, of trusting that what you need for the next season will come. Just as you're letting go right now, releasing tension, releasing the day, allowing yourself to shed wakefulness and embrace rest. Notice how quiet your mind has become, how still you've traveled through these facts with such ease, learning without strain, discovering without effort. Your whole being is settling, softening, preparing for sleep. This is your time, your journey, and you're moving through it perfectly. Let's gather what we've learned about these remarkable adaptations. We've discovered that a fox's bushy tail is far more than decoration. It's a tool for balance and a means of communication. We've seen that the red fox can be identified by the white tip of its tail, a constant marker among varying colors. We've looked into those unusual vertical slit pupils, so cat-like in a canine face, perfectly designed for hunting in dim light. We've learned that foxes have whiskers not just on their faces, but on their legs too, sensitive instruments that help them navigate in darkness and dense vegetation, a kind of tactile GPS system. We've understood that foxes carry a strong musky scent, produced by special glands, used for marking territory and communicating with their own kind. And we've observed how foxes shed their coats with the seasons, growing thick fur for winter, shedding it for summer, always in harmony with the changing world. These adaptations, these specialized features, they remind us that foxes are beautifully designed for their lives, perfectly equipped for survival, refined by millions of years of evolution. Rest now in these discoveries. Let them settle like leaves falling on still water, as we prepare to journey even deeper into the world of foxes. But for now, breathe, release, and drift. And now, as you settle even deeper into comfort, let's explore the remarkable senses and intelligence of foxes. These abilities reveal just how extraordinary these animals truly are. So breathe deeply, and let's continue. Foxes have exceptional senses, truly remarkable abilities that allow them to perceive the world in ways we can barely imagine. Let's begin with their vision. At night, when darkness settles over field and forest, fox eyes transform. They have a special reflective layer in the back of their eyes called the tapetum lucidum. Perhaps you've seen this if you've ever caught a fox in headlights or glimpsed one at night when a flashlight beam crosses its path. Those eyes glow, shine back at you, green or gold or amber. That's the tapetum lucidum at work, a mirror-like layer behind the retina that reflects light back through the eye, giving the photoreceptors a second chance to capture every precious photon. It's like processing the same information twice, doubling the effectiveness of available light. This gives foxes excellent night vision, allowing them to see clearly when we would be stumbling in darkness. But vision is only part of their sensory world. Their hearing is almost supernatural in its sensitivity. A fox can hear a watch ticking from 36 meters away. That's over 100 feet. Imagine that. The tiny mechanical whisper of a watch, detected across the length of a basketball court. But more importantly for survival, their exceptional low-frequency hearing allows them to detect the faint sounds of underground prey. A vole moving in its tunnel beneath snow, a mouse digging through leaf litter under the earth. These subtle vibrations, these nearly inaudible rustlings, to a fox they're as clear as a shout. The fox tilts its head, triangulating, calculating, and then leaps, diving into the snow, paws first, to catch prey it cannot see but can hear perfectly. This brings us to a specific detail about that incredible hearing. Foxes can hear a watch ticking from 36 meters away. Let that settle into your mind. 36 meters, over 100 feet of distance, and still that tiny rhythmic tick-tick-tick reaches the fox's ears. Those large, pointed ears, constantly moving, rotating like satellite dishes, scanning the environment for the faintest sounds. This isn't just impressive. It's essential for survival, because the fox's prey, the small rodents and creatures they hunt, often move underground or beneath vegetation. They're invisible, but not silent. Not to a fox. Those low-frequency sounds travel through soil, through snow, through grass, and the fox receives them, processes them, acts on them. It's a kind of sonar, a biological technology refined over millennia. And you, right now, can almost feel what it would be like to have such sensitive hearing, to perceive every tiny sound in your environment. But instead of being overwhelming, let it remind you of silence, of the peace that comes when you tune out the noise, when you focus only on the sound of your own breath, your own heartbeat, the gentle rhythm of your body at rest. You're doing so well, sinking deeper with every moment. Every fact you hear is like a stone dropping into still water, creating gentle ripples, then settling, becoming part of the peaceful depths. Your mind is quiet, Your thoughts are slow and soft, like clouds drifting across a twilight sky. This is exactly where you should be, learning, relaxing, letting go. Feel how heavy your body has become, how comfortable, how perfectly at ease. The fox's abilities aren't limited to physical senses. They also possess remarkable intelligence. Foxes are highly intelligent and adaptable, perhaps more so than many other wild canids. In cities around the world, urban foxes have learned to navigate human environments with impressive skill. They understand traffic patterns, wait for cars to pass before crossing streets. They've learned to open garbage bins, to find food in the most unlikely places. Some have even been observed using pedestrian crossings. They're problem solvers, able to figure out complex challenges, to learn from experience, to innovate, and their adaptability extends beyond urban environments. Some species, like the gray fox, have developed abilities we don't typically associate with canids at all. Gray foxes can climb trees, actually climb them, using their semi-retractable claws to scale trunks, to rest on branches, to escape danger or hunt prey that thought it was safe above ground. A fox, sitting in a tree like a cat, looking down at the world below. It's unexpected, delightful. Another reminder that foxes defy our expectations, exist outside our categories. Intelligence isn't just about brain size. It's about adaptation, flexibility, the ability to thrive in changing circumstances. And foxes excel at this, just as you excel at adapting, at finding your own way through challenges, at being resourceful and resilient in your own life. This intelligence extends to their social awareness as well. Studies have shown something remarkable. Foxes can recognize individual humans and animals. They don't just see a person or another fox. They see you specifically. They remember you. They distinguish between different individuals they've encountered. Research has demonstrated that foxes can tell people apart, recognize those who have fed them versus those who haven't, identify animals they've interacted with before. This demonstrates advanced social cognition, the kind of mental processing that requires memory, pattern recognition, the ability to associate specific individuals with specific experiences. A fox knows the difference between the human who leaves food and the one who chases them away, between the friendly dog and the aggressive one. They're paying attention, learning, remembering. In their seemingly simple lives, there's deep complexity, sophisticated mental processing. Each encounter is remembered, cataloged, used to inform future decisions. Just as you remember, just as your mind even now is processing and storing these gentle facts, laying them down in memory as you drift towards sleep, creating new pathways, new knowledge, even as consciousness fades. Notice the stillness settling over you, like snow falling on a quiet forest. Your breathing is so slow now, so deep, Each word you hear makes you more relaxed, more peaceful. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do, just this moment, just these soft discoveries about foxes, just the gentle slide towards sleep. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're exactly where you belong. The fox's memory is particularly impressive when it comes to food. Foxes can remember food locations for years. Years. Think about that. A fox finds a good hunting spot, a reliable source of food, or caches some extra prey for later, and years afterward, it still remembers exactly where that was. This impressive spatial memory is crucial for survival. Foxes engage in scatter hoarding, meaning they hide food in multiple locations across their territory rather than storing it all in one place. A surplus of mice, excess from a successful hunt, gets buried in various spots. Days later, weeks later, even years later, the fox can return to these caches, finding food it stored when times were abundant, surviving lean periods by drawing on these hidden reserves. And it's not just cached food they remember. They recall where reliable food sources exist, which garbage bins are most productive, which fields have the most voles, which gardens are easiest to access. It's a mental map, incredibly detailed, updated with each excursion, stored for the long term. This kind of memory, this spatial intelligence, it's something we often underestimate in animals. But foxes navigate complex landscapes, both physical and temporal, remembering the past to survive the present and future. Just as your own mind is remarkable, storing memories, creating associations, capable of so much more than you often give it credit for. And right now, your mind is doing its important work, processing, organizing, preparing for the restoration that comes with deep sleep. The rhythm of a fox's life follows a particular pattern. Foxes are crepuscular animals, meaning they are most active during dawn and dusk. Those in-between times, when the sun is just rising, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, or when it's setting, turning the world amber and violet. These are the hours when foxes emerge, stretch, begin their hunting and exploring. It makes perfect sense. Dawn and dusk are when their prey is most active too, when light is low but not absent, when those vertical slit pupils and that tapetum lucidum provide maximum advantage. The world at these times is soft, gentle, neither fully day nor fully night, and the fox moves through it like it was made for these moments. And perhaps it was. During the bright midday hours, foxes typically rest, curled in their dens or in sheltered spots, conserving energy. During the deep night, they might hunt or move about, but those twilight hours are prime time. There's something inherently peaceful about this rhythm, about being most alive when the world is in transition, when everything is softer, quieter, more mysterious. You might think of it as you drift in your own twilight state between waking and sleeping, in that crepuscular consciousness where dreams begin to mix with reality. Feel yourself floating now, so relaxed, so peaceful. Every muscle in your body is loose, soft, at ease. Your mind is quiet, receptive, absorbing these gentle truths about foxes without any effort at all. You're learning even as you're releasing, growing sleepier with each breath. This is perfect. This is exactly right. Let yourself sink even deeper. There's nothing to hold on to. Just let go. Unlike many of their canid relatives, foxes live quite different social lives. Foxes are mostly solitary animals, while wolves live in packs. While domestic dogs are intensely social, foxes typically live alone. They're independent, self-sufficient, preferring their own company most of the time. When they do form groups, it's usually a small family unit called a skulk, typically consisting of a mother and her cubs, and sometimes a mate during breeding season. But even within these family groups, foxes maintain a sense of independence, each going about their own business, hunting alone, resting in separate spots. There's something almost meditative about the fox's solitude, choosing to walk through life primarily alone, self-contained, complete in itself. Not lonely, but solitary. There's a difference. The fox doesn't need a pack, doesn't require constant companionship. It finds sufficiency in itself, in the quiet of its own presence. And yet, despite this solitary nature, foxes are not silent. Foxes are mostly solitary but highly vocal. They communicate actively through a wide range of sounds. Barks, screams, howls, chatterings. Each sound conveys different meanings, different emotions. The vixens scream in mating season, haunting and eerily human-like. The warning bark when danger approaches. The gentle chittering between mother and cubs. Even in solitude, they reach out through sound, connecting across the darkness, maintaining contact without constant presence. You can be alone and still communicate, still reach out, still make yourself known. Just as even in the solitude of sleep, your mind continues its conversations with itself, processing, dreaming, communicating in its own language. These groups of foxes, when they do occur, have special names. A group of foxes is called a skulk or a leash. These unusual collective nouns, skulk and leash, they seem to capture something essential about fox nature. Skulk suggests secrecy, stealth, moving quietly and carefully. It evokes the way foxes slip through shadows, avoid detection, maintain their mystery. Leash is more puzzling, perhaps referring to the way foxes might move together in a line, a mother leading her cubs. Either way, these aren't common words, not like a pack of wolves or a flock of birds. They're specific, unique, reflecting the elusive and solitary nature of these animals. There's poetry in collective nouns, these ancient terms we've created to describe animal gatherings. They remind us that humans have been watching foxes for a very long time, noting their behaviors, creating language around their observations. A skulk of foxes, moving through the gloaming, each one alert, independent, yet moving as a loose collective when needed. And finally, the foxes themselves have special names based on their sex. A male fox is called a dog fox, or sometimes a tod. A female is known as a vixen. These terms are old, traditional, part of the specialized vocabulary that developed around foxes in English-speaking cultures. Vixen in particular has entered common usage, sometimes describing a clever or spirited woman, though this anthropomorphic use barely captures what a vixen actually is. A female fox, a mother, a hunter, a survivor. The term tod is less common now, an Old English word, almost archaic, but still used by some. It has a lovely sound, soft and simple, tod, and dog fox parallels the terminology used for other canids, but with that important modifier, dog fox, not just dog. These naming conventions, they show how much attention humans have paid to foxes over centuries, distinguishing not just the species but the sexes, creating specific language for these specific animals. Breathe deeply and feel the peace settling over you like a warm blanket. You've traveled so far through these facts, learned so much, and you've done it with such ease, such grace. Your mind is full of foxes now, their senses, their intelligence, their solitary yet vocal nature. And beneath it all, you're profoundly relaxed, deeply calm, ready for sleep. This is beautiful. This quiet learning, this gentle drift toward dreams. Let's gather together what we've discovered. In this part of our journey, we've learned that foxes possess exceptional senses, night vision enhanced by the tapetum lucidum, and hearing so acute they can detect a watch ticking over 100 feet away, or locate prey moving underground. We've explored their intelligence and adaptability, their ability to solve problems, even to climb trees, and to recognize individual humans and animals through advanced social cognition. We've discovered their impressive spatial memory, allowing them to remember food locations for years. We've learned that foxes are crepuscular, most active at dawn and dusk, and that they're mostly solitary animals, living alone or in small family groups called a skulk or leash. We've understood that despite their solitary nature, foxes are highly vocal, communicating through a rich variety of sounds. And finally, we've learned the traditional names: male foxes called dog foxes or tods, females called vixens. These facts paint a picture of a creature that is independent, intelligent, finely tuned to its environment, and more complex than it might first appear. Rest now in this knowledge. Let it become part of your dreams as we prepare to explore even more about these remarkable animals. But for this moment, simply breathe, drift, and feel yourself sliding gently into peaceful, restful sleep. As you rest here, becoming more and more relaxed, let's continue our gentle exploration. This time, we'll discover the remarkable ways foxes communicate and how they find their food. Let your breath flow naturally and drift with these peaceful discoveries. We've already learned that foxes are vocal creatures, but the extent of their vocal repertoire is truly extraordinary. Foxes can make over 40 different sounds. 40. That's an astonishing range. A whole vocabulary of communication. They have screams, barks, howls, high-pitched tones, chatterings, whines, geckering sounds. Each vocalization serves a purpose, conveys a meaning, expresses an emotion or intention. Some sounds are for long-distance communication, carrying across fields and forests, announcing territory or seeking a mate. Other sounds are intimate, quiet, meant only for nearby family members. The variety is remarkable, from deep guttural sounds to high-pitched squeals that barely register in human hearing. Among all these vocalizations, one stands out as particularly distinctive: the vixen scream. During mating season, usually in winter, the female fox produces this sound, and it's unlike anything else in nature. If you've ever heard it, you won't forget it. It's eerie, almost human-like in its quality, a high-pitched shriek that cuts through the night. Some people hearing it for the first time think someone is in distress, calling for help. But it's just a vixen, announcing her presence, calling to potential mates, making herself known in the darkness. It's haunting, beautiful in its wildness, a reminder that the natural world has its own language, its own songs, its own ways of speaking that we're only beginning to understand. Indeed, foxes are noisy animals, perhaps some of the most vocal wild canids. While wolves are known for their howls and coyotes for their yips, foxes produce a wider range of sounds more frequently. In urban areas where foxes have adapted to city life, residents often become very aware of this, especially during breeding season when the nighttime chorus of barks, screams, and howls can be quite loud. These many vocalizations serve foxes well. As mostly solitary animals, they need ways to communicate across distances, to find each other when needed, to warn away rivals, to defend territory without physical confrontation. Sound travels where sight cannot reach, through darkness, through dense vegetation, around obstacles. A fox's voice is its way of extending presence beyond its body, of making itself known in the landscape. And while we might find some of these sounds unsettling, especially that vixen scream, they're perfectly natural, part of the fox's essential nature: communication, connection, the need to be heard. These are universal across species. Just as you have your own voice, your own ways of making yourself known. So too does the fox, with its 40-plus vocalizations painting the air with meaning. Feel how deeply relaxed you are now. Your body is so heavy, so comfortable, sinking into your bed as if you're melting into it. Each breath is slower than the last, each thought softer and more distant. You're learning these beautiful facts about foxes, and with each one, you're drifting further towards sleep. Your mind is peaceful, quiet, like a still pond at twilight. This is exactly where you should be, letting go, releasing, allowing sleep to approach at its own gentle pace. You're doing wonderfully, so perfectly relaxed. Among those many vocalizations, certain sounds stand out. Foxes hiss and scream when communicating. Yes, foxes can hiss, much like cats, producing a sharp, defensive sound when startled or threatened. And those screams we mentioned, they're not limited to mating season. Foxes scream for various reasons. When alarmed, when fighting, when calling across distances. These eerie, high-pitched screams can sound almost otherworldly, especially in the dark. Combined with their other vocalizations, foxes create quite a sonic landscape. Each sound is a word in their language, a sentence in their ongoing conversation with the world around them. The hiss says, "Back away." The scream says, "I am here." The bark says, "Warning," or "Attention," depending on context. It's complex, nuanced, far more sophisticated than we often give animals credit for. The vocal development of foxes is particularly interesting when we look at how it changes with age. Fox pups whine, yelp, and make explosive calls as they grow. They're born into sound, arriving in the world already capable of communicating their needs. Newborn fox pups whine soft, high-pitched sounds that alert their mother to hunger, cold, discomfort. As they grow, within weeks, they begin to yelp, slightly louder, more insistent, and by about a month old, something remarkable happens. They develop the ability to make high-pitched explosive howls. These aren't the gentle whines of infancy. These are loud, sudden vocalizations used to threaten intruders or rivals, to assert themselves, to practice being adult foxes. You can imagine a den full of month-old pups, all experimenting with their voices, creating a cacophony of explosive calls, barks, yelps. The mother vixen must have remarkable patience. But this vocal development is crucial. These pups are learning their language, practicing the sounds they'll need for survival, for communication, for claiming their place in the fox world. It's not unlike how human children develop language, starting with cries, moving to babbling, eventually forming words and sentences. Growth is universal, development follows patterns, and the young of every species must learn how to speak in the way their kind speaks. Just as you once learned, just as you developed your own voice, your own way of expressing yourself in the world. Notice how calm your breathing has become, how slow and steady, like gentle waves on a quiet shore. Your mind is absorbing these facts so effortlessly, storing them away while you drift deeper into relaxation. There's no strain, no effort, just this peaceful flow of information, washing over you like warm water. Your eyelids are so heavy now, and if they close, that's perfect. If they're already closed, that's perfect too. Everything about this moment is exactly as it should be. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're on the edge of sleep, and it feels wonderful. Now let's turn our attention to what foxes eat and how they find their food. Something that surprises many people is this: foxes are omnivores. They're not strict meat eaters like we might assume. Yes, they hunt small mammals. Yes, they catch birds and eat insects. But they also consume plants, fruits, berries, vegetables, even grasses sometimes. In autumn, when berries ripen and apples fall from trees, foxes feast on this abundance. They'll eat blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, staining their muzzles purple and red. They'll crunch fallen apples, dig up roots, sample whatever plant matter is available and nutritious. In urban areas, they've adapted to eat human food waste, whatever they can scavenge from bins and compost heaps. This dietary flexibility is part of their success, part of why they thrive in so many environments. They're not dependent on one food source, not limited to prey animals that might be scarce. They can adapt, shift, make do with what's available. When times are good, they eat meat. When meat is scarce, they eat plants. When both are available, they eat both, balancing their nutrition, taking advantage of seasonal abundance. This bears repeating because it's important to understanding fox ecology. Foxes are not carnivores, they are omnivores. In scientific classification, true carnivores are obligate meat eaters. They must eat meat to survive. Foxes don't fit this category. They're opportunistic, flexible, able to derive nutrition from diverse sources. They eat berries, fruits, insects, worms, earthworms pulled from damp soil, beetles and crickets snatched from grass. They eat small mammals like voles and mice, birds and their eggs, rabbits if they can catch them. They eat amphibians, fish from shallow streams, carrion when they find it. They adapt their diet to whatever is available in their environment, showing remarkable flexibility. A fox in a forest eats differently than a fox in a desert, which eats differently than a fox in a city. But all of them survive, all of them thrive, because they're willing and able to eat what's there. This adaptability is a form of intelligence, a survival strategy that has served foxes extraordinarily well. Just as you adapt to changing circumstances in your own life, adjusting, being flexible, making do with what you have and finding nourishment where you can. The specifics of the fox diet are quite varied. Foxes have a highly varied diet, including invertebrates. Beyond the mammals and fruits, foxes actively hunt invertebrates, those small creatures without backbones. Crickets chirping in summer grass, snatched up and crunched. Caterpillars inching along leaves, a protein-rich snack. Grasshoppers, beetles, even crayfish from streams and ponds, probing with their paws, catching them in shallow water. These invertebrates might seem too small to bother with, but they're abundant, easy to catch, and nutritious. A fox in a meadow might spend time hunting grasshoppers, moving through the grass, pouncing on one after another, a dozen or more making a decent meal. This makes foxes opportunistic feeders, a technical term meaning they take advantage of whatever food opportunities present themselves. They're not specialists, they're generalists, and that's a powerful strategy in an unpredictable world. When you can eat almost anything, you're never far from a meal. The world becomes a buffet, offering different dishes in different seasons, and the fox samples them all. Feel yourself sinking deeper now, so deeply relaxed, your whole body is at rest, every muscle loose and soft. These gentle facts about what foxes eat are washing over you. Interesting but not stimulating, engaging but not energizing. They're the perfect thoughts for this moment, this drift toward sleep. Your mind is quiet, peaceful, absorbing these truths about fox life while preparing for dreams. You're doing so beautifully, letting go more and more with each breath. There's nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. Just this, just now, just sleep approaching like a friend. All this food consumption adds up to a specific amount. Foxes eat about 1 to 2 pounds of food per day. That's roughly half a kilogram to 1 kilogram, depending on the species, the season, and what's available. For a red fox weighing perhaps 15 to 20 pounds, this represents a significant portion of their body weight, 10 to 15% daily. They need this fuel to maintain their active lifestyle, to keep warm in cold weather, to hunt, to patrol territory, to survive. In winter, when temperatures drop, they might need more, burning calories just to stay warm. In summer, they might eat less, conserving energy during hot days. And food availability varies dramatically by season. Spring and summer often bring abundance. Young prey animals, nesting birds, ripening berries, insects everywhere. Autumn continues this plenty, harvest time, fruits falling, small mammals preparing for winter. But winter can be harsh, lean, challenging. Prey hides beneath snow, becomes harder to find. This is when those exceptional senses, that incredible hearing, becomes crucial for survival. This is when food caching, storing extra from times of plenty, makes the difference between survival and starvation. 1 to 2 pounds per day might not sound like much, but finding it, catching it, digging it up, or hunting it down. That's the work of a fox's life. The constant search for food, the eternal drive for survival, played out in fields and forests, in cities and deserts, day after day, season after season. To obtain this food, foxes have developed specialized hunting techniques. They're not brute force hunters, not pursuit predators that run down prey over long distances. Instead, they stalk and pounce with precision, using stealth and strategy to catch prey. Picture a fox hunting in a field at dusk. It moves slowly, carefully, each paw placed deliberately, silently. Its ears swivel, tracking sound, locating a vole moving through grass. The fox freezes, utterly still, a statue. Then, slowly, it creeps closer, low to the ground, invisible in the dimming light, closer still, until it's in range, and then the pounce. This technique requires patience, focus, timing. The fox must be close enough to succeed, but not so close it alerts the prey. It must calculate the distance, the angle, the exact moment to strike. This is precision hunting, refined over millions of years. A technique so effective that foxes thrive in environments where other predators struggle. Strategy over strength, stealth over speed, patience over power. There's something almost meditative about it. The stillness, the focus, the moment of absolute presence before action. Just as meditation requires being fully present, fully aware, so too does the fox's hunt. Complete attention to the moment, to the task, to the subtle signals that indicate the perfect time to act. Your breathing is so peaceful now, so deep and regular, like the breath of someone already dreaming. You're right on the edge, that beautiful boundary between waking and sleeping, where everything is soft and hazy and perfectly calm. These facts about foxes are like a lullaby, rhythmic, soothing, carrying you gently toward rest. Your body knows what to do. It's already preparing for sleep, already beginning the nightly restoration. Let yourself trust this process. Surrender to it. Allow sleep to take you when it's ready. You're so relaxed, so peaceful, so beautifully calm. The way foxes actually execute their pounce is quite remarkable. Foxes can leap and pounce like cats when hunting. They crouch low, belly nearly touching the ground, staying hidden in grass or snow. Their muscles coil, gathering energy like a spring being compressed. And then they spring upward, launching themselves into the air, rising in a high arc, and coming down on their prey with surprising agility. Much like feline hunters, the comparison to cats is apt. Both foxes and cats hunt using similar techniques, stalking, pouncing, using precision rather than pursuit. Both have that same feline grace in their movements, that fluid, controlled power. A fox in mid-pounce is a beautiful thing. frozen in the air for just a moment, paws extended, body curved, completely focused on the target below. Then they land, paws first, pinning the prey, and it's over in seconds. This technique works on mice, voles, rabbits, even fish in shallow water. The vertical pounce is perfect for catching prey hiding in grass or beneath snow. Coming down from above, faster than the prey can react. Sufficient, elegant, effective. Pure instinct refined into art. And here's where it becomes truly extraordinary, where fox hunting enters the realm of the almost magical. Research suggests that foxes use Earth's magnetic field to hunt. Let that sink in for a moment. Earth's magnetic field, that invisible force that guides compass needles, that protects us from solar radiation. Foxes can sense it and use it for hunting. Red foxes are believed to be the first animals known to use the planet's magnetic field to judge the distance and direction of their prey, especially when pouncing on animals hidden under snow. Scientists notice something remarkable. When foxes hunt prey they cannot see, buried beneath snow, they're more successful when they pounce in a particular direction. This isn't random. This isn't luck. They're sensing something, using some internal compass, some biological magnetometer that tells them where their prey is located. The magnetic field of Earth provides consistent directional information, and foxes have somehow learned to correlate this with distance and angle. When they hear prey beneath the snow, they calculate not just where the sound is coming from, but how far away it is, by somehow measuring how the sound intersects with their magnetic sense. It's sophisticated, complex, a form of sensory integration we're only beginning to understand. The fox, standing in a snowy field, is processing multiple streams of information simultaneously: sound, magnetic fields, distance, angle, all synthesized in a split second to execute a perfect pounce. It's remarkable, almost unbelievable, and yet it happens over and over in winter fields across the northern hemisphere. The specifics are even more fascinating. Research shows that foxes pounce at a 20-degree angle aligned with magnetic north. When hunting in tall grass or snow, they often leap in a northeast direction, using Earth's magnetic field to judge distance and angle to hidden prey. 20 degrees northeast of magnetic north, that's the sweet spot, where their success rate is highest. Scientists observed foxes hunting, recorded the direction of their pounces, analyzed the data, and found this pattern. When foxes pounce in this specific direction, aligned with the magnetic field, they catch their prey far more often than when pouncing in other directions. It's as if the magnetic field provides a calibrated measuring system, a biological rangefinder. The fox hears the prey, senses the magnetic field, calculates the intersection, adjusts its angle to 20 degrees northeast, and jumps. More often than not, it succeeds. This is nature at its most sophisticated, evolution creating solutions we can barely comprehend, giving foxes a sixth sense, a way of perceiving the world that humans lack entirely. We navigate by sight, by maps, by GPS. Foxes navigate by Earth's invisible magnetic lines, by ancient senses, by instincts honed over millennia. Both work, both get us where we need to go, but the fox's way seems almost like magic, like something from a fairy tale, and yet it's real. It's science. It's happening in fields and forests right now. As you listen, as you drift towards sleep, notice how still you've become, how quiet everything is. Your mind has settled, thoughts slow and peaceful like snowflakes falling. You're absorbing these remarkable facts about foxes, about their hunting abilities, their magnetic sense, and it's fascinating. But it's also soothing, because it reminds you that the natural world is full of wonders, full of mysteries, and you can rest in that knowledge. You don't need to understand everything. You don't need to figure it all out. You can simply marvel, appreciate, and let go. Your body is so relaxed now, so completely at ease. Sleep is very near, perhaps already touching the edges of your consciousness. This is beautiful, this surrender, this gentle transition. You're doing perfectly. When foxes have more food than they can eat in one sitting, they don't waste it. Foxes bury their extra food. If they've had a particularly successful hunt or found an abundant food source, they'll cache the surplus. They dig small holes with their front paws, place the food inside, and cover it with dirt, leaves, snow, whatever's available. A fox might have dozens of these caches scattered across its territory. Hidden reserves for harder times. This is called scatter hoarding. Distributing food across multiple locations rather than storing it all in one place. It's a smart strategy. If one cache is discovered by another animal, the fox doesn't lose everything. The caches are spread out, increasing the chances that at least some will remain undisturbed. And as we learned earlier, foxes have excellent spatial memory. They remember where these caches are, even years later. They create a mental map of their territory, marked with invisible X's. Food here, food there, food under that tree. When winter comes, when hunting is difficult, they can draw on these reserves, digging up cached food, surviving on their own foresight and planning. This behavior is important enough to emphasize. Foxes are known to store food for later. This caching behavior, this ability to think ahead, to save for future needs, it demonstrates planning, foresight, a sense of time beyond the immediate present. The fox that buries food today is thinking about its future self, the one that might be hungry tomorrow, or next week, or next month. This isn't purely instinctual. It's adaptive behavior, learned and refined. Foxes observe what works, remember where they buried things, adjust their strategies based on success and failure. Young foxes learn by watching their mothers, seeing where caches are made, how deep to dig, how to cover them properly. It's passed down generation to generation, knowledge accumulating, creating a culture of caching. And when a hungry fox digs up a cached meal weeks after burying it, finds it still good, still edible, the strategy is reinforced. Burial preserves, cold ground refrigerates. The system works. Plan ahead, store surplus, survive lean times. It's a life lesson applicable beyond foxes, about preparation, about not taking abundance for granted, about saving for the future while living in the present. And right now, you too are preparing for the future, preparing your body and mind for tomorrow, by giving yourself this time to rest, to sleep, to restore. You're doing the human equivalent of the fox's caching, investing in your own well-being, ensuring you'll wake refreshed and ready. It's wise, it's natural, it's exactly what you should be doing. Breathe deeply and feel the profound relaxation in every part of your body, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. Everything is soft, loose, completely at rest. Your mind has absorbed so much about foxes, their voices, their diet, their remarkable hunting abilities. And through it all, you've been drifting, floating, moving closer and closer to sleep. You're right there now, right on the edge, and it's the most peaceful feeling in the world. Let's take a moment to gather what we've discovered. In this longer journey through fox life, we've explored the fox's remarkable vocal abilities, learning they can make over 40 different sounds, that they're among the noisiest wild canids, producing screams, hisses, barks, and howls for communication. We've learned how fox pups develop their voices, from whining to yelping to explosive calls, building their vocal repertoire as they grow. We've discovered that foxes are omnivores, not carnivores, eating both plants and animals, with a highly varied diet including fruits, berries, small mammals, and invertebrates like crickets and crayfish. We've learned they consume about 1 to 2 pounds of food per day, and we've explored their specialized hunting techniques, stalking and pouncing with cat-like precision. Most remarkably, we've discovered that foxes appear to use Earth's magnetic field to hunt, pouncing at a 20-degree angle aligned with magnetic north for maximum success. And finally, we've learned about caching, how foxes bury extra food, storing it for leaner times, demonstrating foresight and spatial memory. These facts reveal foxes as vocal, adaptable, intelligent hunters, equipped with senses and abilities that border on the extraordinary, creatures far more sophisticated than we might initially imagine. Rest now. Let these discoveries settle into your mind like sediment drifting to the bottom of a still pond. More wonders await, but for now, breathe, release, and allow yourself to slip gently, peacefully, into the welcome embrace of sleep. As you rest here, deeply relaxed, let's turn our attention now to the family life of foxes, to how new generations come into the world and how they grow. These are gentle facts, peaceful discoveries, perfect for this quiet moment as you drift even deeper into calm. The reproductive cycle of foxes follows a specific rhythm tied to the seasons. Foxes only reproduce once a year, just once, a single breeding season, a single opportunity to bring new life into the world. For foxes in the northern hemisphere, mating happens in January or February, in the depths of winter, when the days are shortest and the nights are long and cold. This is when those vixen screams echo through the darkness, calling to potential mates, announcing readiness. Males respond, seek out the calling females, and pairs form. After mating, the female vixen carries her developing cubs for about 60 days, roughly 2 months, through the remainder of winter and into early spring. When the cubs are finally born, usually in March or April, the world is beginning to warm, prey is becoming more abundant, conditions are improving. This remarkable timing, really breeding in the harshest season, so that birth coincides with the returning abundance of spring. The cubs arrive when their chances of survival are highest, when food is available for the nursing mother, when temperatures are mild enough for helpless newborns. Once a year, timed perfectly with the turning of seasons, the cycle continues, generation after generation. There's something deeply calming about this rhythm, this ancient pattern that repeats, reliable as the seasons themselves, predictable as sunrise and sunset, life following its course, nature unfolding according to its own perfect timing. When those cubs finally arrive, after 60 days developing in their mother's womb, they enter the world in a state of complete vulnerability. Fox kits are born blind, deaf, and helpless. Imagine it, emerging into life without sight, without sound, unable to even maintain body temperature. The newborn fox cubs, also called pups or kits, are entirely dependent on their mother from the very first moment. Their eyes are sealed shut, won't open for days yet. Their ear canals are closed. The world is silent to them. They cannot walk, can barely crawl, just wiggle and squirm toward warmth and milk. Without fur thick enough to insulate them, they rely on their mother's body heat to keep from becoming dangerously cold. They're born into darkness and silence and complete reliance. And yet this is perfect. This is exactly as it should be. The den is warm. The mother is there. And these helpless creatures need nothing more than her presence, her warmth, her milk. They don't need to see or hear yet. They only need to feel, to sense warmth, to find the source of nourishment. And they do, guided by instinct, by the most basic drives, toward life, toward survival, toward their mother. Feel how peaceful you are, how completely relaxed. Your body is so still now, so quiet, like those newborn fox cubs curled against their mother in the darkness of the den. You're safe, You're comfortable. You're exactly where you need to be. Every breath takes you deeper into this peaceful state. Every moment brings you closer to sleep. You're doing so beautifully, learning these gentle facts, absorbing them without effort, letting them carry you like a soft current toward rest. There's such peace in this, such deep, profound relaxation. Let yourself sink even further. There's nothing to hold on to, nothing you need to do. Just breathe and drift and feel how wonderfully calm you are. The vulnerability of newborn foxes extends even further. Fox cubs are born toothless. Along with being blind and deaf, they also have no teeth at all. Their tiny mouths are soft, gums only, completely unsuited for eating anything but milk. They nurse exclusively in these early days, drawing nourishment from their mother, growing rapidly on her rich milk. Teeth aren't needed yet, won't be needed until they're ready for solid food, until the world beyond milk becomes accessible to them. Those first teeth, small and sharp, will develop around 12 to 14 days old. But in the beginning, in those first helpless days, the cubs are toothless infants, entirely dependent, entirely vulnerable. It's a reminder of how all creatures, including us, begin life in states of dependence, needing care, needing protection, needing others to survive. We all start helpless and grow into capability. It's the universal journey of life, from dependence to independence, from vulnerability to strength. And even now, in sleep, you return to a kind of vulnerability, lying down, closing your eyes, trusting that you'll be safe, that the world will continue without your vigilance. Sleep is surrender, a nightly return to trust, to letting go of control. Just as those fox cubs trust completely in their mother, you can trust completely in this process, this natural movement toward rest. But those cubs don't remain in that state of helplessness for long. Fox cubs gain sight, hearing, and teeth within 12 to 14 days. In just 2 weeks, the transformation is remarkable. Eyes that were sealed shut begin to open. First just slits, then wider, revealing blue-gray eyes that will later change to amber or gold. Light enters for the first time. Shapes become visible. The world appears. Ear canals open, and suddenly there is sound. The soft breathing of siblings, the movements of the mother. The world has a soundtrack now, and those first teeth, tiny and needle-sharp, push through the gums, readying the cubs for their first tastes of solid food. 12 to 14 days, and the cubs go from complete sensory deprivation to experiencing the full richness of the world. Their development is rapid, necessary, because they need to grow quickly, need to be ready for the challenges ahead. By the time spring is in full bloom, they need to be mobile, alert, learning to hunt and survive. So nature accelerates the early stages, rushing them through helplessness into capability. Sufficient elegant, perfectly designed for survival. And there's something hopeful about it, about how quickly things can change, how rapidly development can occur when the conditions are right. From darkness to light in 2 weeks, from silence to sound, from helplessness to the beginning of independence. Notice how your breathing has slowed, how deep and peaceful it is now. Your mind is quiet, so beautifully quiet. Just these gentle thoughts about fox cubs growing and developing. Soothing, isn't it? To think about new life, about growth, about the care that mother foxes provide. You're so relaxed now, so completely at ease. Your body is heavy, sinking into your bed as if you're being held, supported, cared for. This is your time, your moment of complete rest. Everything else can wait. Everything else is distant and unimportant. Only this matters. Only this peaceful drift towards sleep. You're exactly where you should be, doing exactly what serves you. How wonderful it is to simply let go. During those crucial early weeks, when the cubs are developing, the family structure of foxes reveals itself beautifully. Fox fathers hunt and bring food to the den while mothers nurse. The male fox, the dog fox or Todd, he doesn't abandon his family after mating. Instead, he takes on the vital role of provider, while the vixen must stay in the den, keeping the helpless cubs warm, nursing them constantly. She cannot hunt. She cannot leave them. Not yet. Not when they're so vulnerable. So the father hunts. He goes out at dawn and dusk, uses all those remarkable senses we've learned about, that incredible hearing, that magnetic sense, and he catches prey. Mice, voles, rabbits, birds, whatever he can find, and he brings it back to the den, deposits it for the vixen, ensuring she has the nutrition she needs to produce milk, to feed their growing young. This continues for weeks, the father ranging across the territory, hunting tirelessly, the mother nursing and caring and keeping the cubs safe. It's a partnership, a division of labor, each parent playing their essential role. The cubs survive because both parents contribute, because the family unit functions as designed. There's something deeply touching about this, about the male fox faithfully returning with food, about the cooperation required to raise the next generation. Family, in the fox world, means something. It means commitment, effort, sacrifice for the sake of the young. And sometimes, the family structure extends even beyond the parental pair. Some foxes engage in alloparental behavior. This is a fascinating aspect of fox society. Female foxes that haven't had cubs yet, and sometimes males as well, will help care for another mother's kits. They become helpers, assistants, extended family members. They groom the cubs, running their tongues over the little bodies, cleaning them, soothing them. They bring food, contributing to the feeding efforts. They protect the den, standing guard, alert to danger. This alloparental behavior, caring for young that aren't genetically your own, it's more common in social animals, but foxes, those mostly solitary creatures, they do it too. Perhaps it's a young vixen, not yet ready to have her own litter, gaining experience by helping with her sister's or mother's cubs. Perhaps it's a subordinate fox in a small skulk, contributing to the group's reproductive success. Whatever the reason, it's cooperative breeding, it's community care, and it increases the survival chances of the cubs. More eyes watching for danger, more hunters bringing food, more caregivers to keep the cubs warm and clean. The cubs benefit, and the helpers gain experience, practice parenting before having young of their own. It's a beautiful system, demonstrating that even solitary animals recognize the value of cooperation, of helping, of contributing to something larger than themselves. Just as humans create communities, support networks, systems of mutual aid, foxes do too. In their own way, we're not so different across species. We understand that some tasks are too big for one, that raising the next generation takes more than a pair of parents, that community matters. Your mind is so peaceful now, drifting through these thoughts about fox families, about cooperation and care. It's gentle, soothing, these images of cubs being tended, of parents working together, of helpers contributing. You're absorbing all of this while sinking deeper into relaxation, deeper into that space where sleep lives. Your body is completely still, utterly at rest, and your thoughts are like soft clouds, barely there, just wisps of awareness. This is beautiful. This state you're in, perfectly balanced between knowing and not knowing, between awareness and sleep. Let yourself enjoy this, savor this peacefulness. There's nowhere else to be, nothing else to do, just this, just now, just the gentle approach of dreams. Throughout their lives, from cubhood through adulthood, foxes maintain a delightful characteristic. Foxes are playful at all ages. Play isn't just for the young, though certainly fox cubs engage in constant play. They wrestle with their siblings, tumbling over each other in mock battles, learning bite inhibition and social boundaries. They pounce on leaves blown by the wind, stalk butterflies, chase their own tails. They play fight, grabbing each other's scruffs, rolling in the grass, developing the skills they'll need for real hunting, real fighting if necessary. This rough play looks aggressive sometimes, but it's joyful, educational, essential for development. Through play, they learn their bodies, test their limits, build strength and coordination. But adult foxes play too, and this is less common in the animal kingdom. Many animals abandon play once they mature, but not foxes. An adult fox will play alone, tossing objects in the air and catching them, jumping over logs for no practical reason, just for the joy of movement. They'll play with other foxes, engaging in chase games, gentle wrestling. They've even been observed playing with other animals, with dogs, with cats, finding joy in interspecies interaction. Play serves no survival purpose in adults, produces no food, builds no shelter, defends no territory. This pure joy, pure expression, life celebrating itself. The fox that plays is the fox that's truly alive, engaged with the world, finding delight in existence. And perhaps there's a lesson here about maintaining playfulness throughout life, about not becoming so serious, so focused on survival and success, that we forget to play, to find joy in simple movement, in interaction, in the moment. Play is life saying yes, is energy finding expression, is the universe delighting in itself. And as you drift towards sleep, you might hold that thought, that tomorrow you'll find moments for play, for joy, for engaging with life not just as work, but as celebration. Feel how completely relaxed you are. Every part of you is at rest. Your mind has traveled through the life cycle of foxes, from birth to growth to play, and through it all, you've been sinking deeper and deeper into peace. You're right at the edge of sleep now, perhaps already dreaming a little, thoughts mixing with images, reality softening into something gentler. This is exactly right, exactly where you should be. Let's gather what we've discovered about fox families and development. We've learned that foxes reproduce only once a year, mating in winter, giving birth in spring after 60 days of pregnancy. We've seen how vulnerable fox cubs are at birth, blind, deaf, helpless, and toothless, entirely dependent on their mother's care. We've learned how quickly they develop, gaining sight, hearing, and teeth within just 12 to 14 days. We've discovered the family structure, with fathers hunting and bringing food while mothers nurse, and we've learned about alloparental behavior, how some foxes help care for cubs that aren't their own. And finally, we've explored the playful nature of foxes, how both cubs and adults engage in play, finding joy throughout their lives. These facts reveal the fox family as cooperative, devoted, and surprisingly social for such solitary creatures, with cubs that grow rapidly from helpless infants into playful, capable juveniles. Rest now. Let these images of fox families settle into your dreaming mind. More discoveries await, but sleep is calling, and you're ready, so ready to answer. Breathe deeply, release completely, and let yourself fall, gently, softly, into peaceful sleep. And so we continue deeper into relaxation, deeper into the world of foxes. Your body is so peaceful now, so completely at rest. Let's discover more together about where foxes live and how they move through their world. Just breathe and drift along with these gentle facts. Every fox needs a home, a safe place to rest, to raise young, to escape danger. Foxes dig strategic dens with multiple exits. These underground homes are carefully constructed, not just simple holes in the ground, but complex tunnel systems designed with survival in mind. A fox den, also called an earth, typically has several entrances and exits, multiple ways in and out. This isn't accidental, it's intentional, strategic. Imagine a predator, a wolf perhaps, or a dog, discovering the den entrance. It begins to dig, trying to reach the foxes inside. But the foxes aren't trapped. They slip through the tunnels, dark and familiar, and emerge from a different exit entirely, perhaps 10 or 20 feet away, escaping while the predator wastes energy digging at an empty chamber. Or perhaps there's a fire, or flooding, or some other danger that blocks one entrance. The foxes have alternatives, other routes to safety. When a vixen has cubs, this becomes even more important. Those helpless young cannot run, cannot defend themselves. The mother needs options, escape routes, ways to move her family to safety if needed. So she chooses dens with multiple exits, or digs them herself, creating a network of tunnels that offers flexibility, security, peace of mind. The den becomes a fortress, with strategic retreats built in, proof that foxes think ahead, plan for contingencies, understand that in survival, having options means having a future. Not all dens are dug by the foxes that use them. Foxes can take over dens from other animals. They're opportunistic, practical, willing to use existing structures if they serve the purpose. A badger burrow, abandoned or sometimes even still occupied in a different chamber, might become a fox den. Rabbit warrens, expanded and modified, can house a fox family. Marmot holes, woodchuck burrows, any suitable underground space might be appropriated by a fox. Sometimes this happens peacefully, the previous occupant having moved on, leaving behind perfectly good real estate. Sometimes it's more aggressive, the fox evicting the current resident, claiming the space by force or persistence. And sometimes, remarkably, different species share the same burrow system, living in separate chambers, generally avoiding each other, an uneasy coexistence underground. This ability to use existing structures is another example of fox adaptability. Why spend days digging when a suitable home already exists? Why expend energy when you can conserve it? The fox that takes over an existing den is working smarter, not harder, using available resources efficiently. It's practical, it's intelligent, it's the fox way of doing things. You're doing so wonderfully, your breathing is deep and slow, like the breathing of someone already asleep. Your mind is calm, peaceful, absorbing these facts about fox dens without any effort at all. You're learning while you're letting go, discovering while you're drifting. Every moment you're more relaxed, more comfortable, more ready for sleep. Your body is so heavy now, sinking into your bed, supported completely. There's such peace in this, such beautiful, profound relaxation. You're exactly where you need to be, doing exactly what serves you. Let yourself sink even deeper. There's nothing to hold on to. Just breathe and drift and feel how wonderfully calm you are. Some fox dens have histories that extend far beyond a single lifetime. Some fox dens are over 300 years old. 300 years. Think about that for a moment. While nations rose and fell, while human generations came and went, while the world changed in countless ways, the same fox den remained. These are multi-generational family homes, used by generation after generation of foxes, each one expanding it slightly, maintaining it, adding new chambers or tunnels, but essentially living in the same structure their ancestors used centuries before. A vixen raises her cubs in the same chambers where her great-great-great-grandmother raised hers. The den becomes a legacy, a family inheritance passed down through time. Over the centuries, these dens grow complex, extensive, with numerous chambers for different purposes: sleeping areas, birthing areas, food storage. The tunnel systems can stretch for remarkable distances. With dozens of entrances, they become landmarks in the landscape, known to every fox in the region. Used in times of need even by foxes who don't regularly live there. There's something deeply moving about this, about places that persist, that connect past to present, that carry forward across time. These ancient dens are monuments, testaments to the enduring presence of foxes in the landscape, proof that some things, some places, transcend the brief spans of individual lives. Just as you are part of something larger, connected to those who came before and those who will come after, these fox dens remind us that we all exist in streams of continuity, in flows that began long ago and will continue long after we're gone. It's humbling and somehow comforting. We're all part of something bigger, something that endures. Foxes keep their homes remarkably clean through an interesting behavior. Foxes have designated latrines near their dens. Instead of soiling their living areas, instead of creating unhygienic conditions where they sleep and raise young, foxes use specific spots close to their dens as toilets. These latrine sites are deliberate, chosen locations where foxes consistently relieve themselves, often there at the periphery of the den area, close enough to be convenient, far enough to keep the den itself clean. This behavior serves multiple purposes. Obviously, it maintains hygiene, reducing disease risk, keeping the sleeping areas pleasant. But it also serves a territorial function. The scent of fox waste, combined with those musky secretions from scent glands, marks the boundaries of the territory, announces to other foxes this space is occupied. The latrine becomes a signpost, a message board, communicating ownership and presence. The sophisticated behavior, demonstrating planning, cleanliness, territorial awareness. The fox that maintains a latrine separate from its den is the fox that stays healthy, that keeps its family healthy, that marks its territory effectively. It's smart, it's hygienic. It's another example of how foxes organize their lives with intention and intelligence. Even in something as basic as bathroom habits, there's strategy, there's thought, there's purpose. Nothing is random in the life of a fox. Everything serves survival in some way. Notice how still everything has become, how quiet your mind is now. These gentle facts about fox dens are washing over you, soothing, calming, carrying you deeper into peace. Your body knows what to do. It's already preparing for deep sleep, already beginning the nightly processes of restoration and healing. You don't need to do anything. Don't need to try. Just allow this to happen. Let yourself be carried along like a leaf on a slow river, drifting, floating, moving naturally toward rest. You're so beautifully relaxed, so completely at ease. This is your time, your space, your journey into sleep, and it's perfect, absolutely perfect. When foxes need to move quickly, when they're hunting fleet-footed prey or escaping danger, they're remarkably fast. Foxes can run up to 31 miles per hour. That's about 50 kilometers per hour. Impressively fast for an animal that typically weighs only 10 to 20 pounds. Despite their relatively small size, foxes are incredibly agile and fast runners. That speed is useful for both hunting and escaping predators. A rabbit bursts from cover, races across a field, and the fox gives chase. Long legs stretching, body low and aerodynamic, closing the distance at speeds over 30 miles per hour. Or a larger predator, a wolf perhaps, or a coyote, spots the fox and attacks. The fox sprints away, dodging, weaving, using agility as much as speed, finding safety in a den or climbing a tree or simply outrunning the threat. Different fox species achieve different top speeds. Gray foxes can reach around 42 miles per hour, remarkably fast for such a small canid. Red foxes typically top out around 30 miles per hour, still impressive. The variation depends on body size, leg length, and ecological niche. But all foxes are built for speed when needed. Their bodies designed for explosive acceleration and sustained running over short distances. They're sprint specialists, not marathon runners. But in the wild, survival often depends on short bursts of maximum effort. The fox that can run 30 miles per hour is the fox that escapes, that catches prey, that lives to see another day. Speed is survival, agility is life, and foxes possess both in abundance. Beyond running, some fox species have impressive jumping abilities. Desert foxes can jump 2 feet high and leap 4 feet across. These desert-dwelling species, like the tiny fennec fox, are only 9 to 16 inches long, absolutely diminutive, and yet they're powerful jumpers, able to leap twice their body height vertically and several times their body length horizontally. This ability serves them well in their desert environments. A fox hunting insects in sandy terrain, spotting a beetle or grasshopper, can leap through the air, landing precisely on the tiny prey, or a fox escaping danger, perhaps a snake or a larger predator, can bound across rocks and sand, using those powerful hind legs to propel itself to safety. For such small animals, this jumping ability is proportionally remarkable. If humans could jump as well relative to our size, we'd be leaping over cars and clearing buildings. The desert fox, small and seemingly delicate, is actually a powerful athlete designed for the specific challenges of its environment. Those oversized ears aren't its only adaptation. Those legs, compact and muscular, store explosive power, releasing it in leaps that defy the fox's tiny stature. Never underestimate the small. Never assume that size determines capability. The fennec fox, weighing just a few pounds, possesses abilities that would be extraordinary in an animal 10 times its size. Strength comes in all sizes, power takes many forms, and the small can be mighty in their own way. Feel yourself drifting deeper and deeper into relaxation. Your thoughts are slow, lazy, barely forming before they dissolve again. These facts about foxes, about their speed and jumping, they're interesting, but distant somehow, like something you're hearing from very far away. Your consciousness is dimming, softening, preparing for sleep. Your body is completely still, utterly relaxed, and you're right on the edge now, right at that beautiful boundary between waking and dreaming. This is exactly where you should be, exactly the state you've been seeking. Let yourself enjoy this, savor this peacefulness. There's nothing to do, nowhere to go, just this gentle drift into sleep. You're doing perfectly, absolutely perfectly. Now we come to one of the most remarkable abilities of foxes, something that sets them apart from nearly all their canid relatives. Gray foxes can retract their claws like cats. They're the only canid, the only member of the dog family with this ability. All other canids have fixed claws, always extended, wearing down naturally through contact with the ground. But gray foxes, they have semi-retractable claws, not fully retractable like a cat's, which can pull them completely into sheaths, but partially, enough to keep them sharp, protected when not in use. This cat-like ability helps them grip and climb. When a gray fox needs to scale a tree, those claws extend, digging into bark, providing purchase on vertical surfaces. When the fox walks on the ground, the claws partially retract, staying sharper, ready for the next climb. It's a beautiful adaptation, a feature that evolved because gray foxes regularly climb trees, something most canids never do. The claw anatomy had to change to support this behavior, had to become more flexible, more cat-like. And so the gray fox sits somewhere between part dog, part cat, with claws that work differently from both. It's another example of fox uniqueness, of how they defy categories, exist in spaces between our neat classifications. The gray fox with its semi-retractable claws is neither fully canine nor feline in this feature, but something else, something specially adapted for its own particular life, unique, special, perfect for its purpose. Just as you are unique with your own particular adaptations, your own special qualities that make you you. This claw adaptation serves a specific purpose, one that makes foxes truly exceptional among wild canids. Foxes can climb trees, not just scramble up a little way in desperation, but actually climb, scaling trunks and branches with confidence and skill. Gray foxes in particular are skilled climbers, using those semi-retractable claws to grip bark, pulling themselves upward with front legs while pushing with powerful hind legs. They can reach remarkable heights, climbing 30, 40, even 50 feet up into the canopy. Sometimes they climb to escape predators, a coyote or a pack of dogs in pursuit, and the fox simply goes vertical, ascending to safety while the frustrated predators circle below. Sometimes they climb to rest, finding a comfortable branch to nap on during the day, safe from ground-based threats, hidden in the leaves. Sometimes they even climb to hunt, pursuing squirrels or birds, raiding nests for eggs or chicks. The fox in the tree is safe, comfortable, capable, using three-dimensional space in ways most canids cannot. Wolves don't climb trees. Coyotes don't. Domestic dogs certainly don't in any meaningful way. But foxes do. Foxes are the only canids that regularly climb trees. While some other canids might scramble up slanted trunks or fallen logs, foxes commonly climb actual trees, vertical trunks, moving through branches like arboreal specialists. It's unexpected, delightful. Another way that foxes surprise us, exceed our expectations, demonstrate abilities we don't associate with dog family members. The fox climbing a tree looks at home there, natural, as if it always belonged in branches as much as on the ground. Adaptation, flexibility, the willingness to use whatever space is available. These are fox hallmarks. These are the keys to their success. Your breathing is so peaceful now, so deep and regular. The breathing of sleep, of dreams. Your mind has absorbed so much about foxes, their dens, their speed, their remarkable ability to climb. And through it all, you've been sinking, drifting, letting go. You're almost asleep now, perhaps already dreaming a little, your consciousness flickering like a candle in gentle wind. This is beautiful, this transition, this gentle slide from waking into sleep. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're exactly where you belong. Let yourself go completely. Surrender to sleep. Allow it to take you fully. There's nothing left to hold on to, nothing left to do. Just breathe and sleep and rest. The fox's climbing ability includes an unusual skill that even most climbing animals don't possess. Foxes can descend trees either head first or tail first. Think about that. Most animals that climb, including cats, squirrels, raccoons, they go up easily enough, but coming down is more challenging. Many descend backwards, tail first, because their claws grip well when pulling upward but not when pushing downward. But foxes, they have the unique ability among canids to climb down trees in both directions. Head first, like they're walking down a vertical surface, rotating their ankles to angle their paws for grip, those semi-retractable claws catching on bark, providing control. Or tail first, backing down slowly, feeling their way, equally controlled and confident. This flexibility comes from specialized anatomy, flexible ankles that rotate more than those of other canids, and those sharp, semi-retractable claws that grip in both orientations. It's very cat-like. This ability, another way foxes blur the line between canine and feline. The fox descending a tree headfirst is a remarkable sight, defying gravity, moving with confidence and grace, as comfortable going down as going up. Its mastery, complete command of vertical space, turning trees into highways and refuges, expanding the fox's world from 2 dimensions to 3, in forests, in woodlands, in any environment with trees. This ability is invaluable. The fox is never trapped, never stuck, never limited to ground level. It can go up or down, use trees as escape routes or hunting platforms or resting spots, moving through the vertical dimension with the ease that other animals move horizontally. Its freedom, its capability, it's another example of how wonderfully adapted foxes are to their lives. Breathe, just breathe, and feel how close sleep is now. Your mind is so quiet, your body so still. You've traveled through so many discoveries about foxes, and you've done it with such ease, such grace, learning and releasing at the same time, growing more knowledgeable and more relaxed with each passing moment. You're right at the threshold now, right at the edge of sleep, and when you're ready, when your body and mind are ready, you'll cross that threshold, slip into dreams, into deep, restorative, peaceful sleep. There's no rush, no pressure, just the gentle, inevitable drift into rest. You're doing so beautifully, so perfectly. Let yourself go, let yourself sleep, let yourself rest completely. Let's gather what we've learned in this exploration of fox homes and abilities. We've discovered that foxes dig strategic dens with multiple exits, creating safe spaces with escape routes, and that they sometimes take over dens from other animals rather than digging their own. We've learned that some fox dens are over 300 years old, passed down through generations, and that foxes maintain designated latrines near their dens to keep their living spaces clean. We've explored the fox's physical abilities, learning they can run up to 31 miles per hour, with some species even faster, and that desert foxes can jump 2 feet high and leap 4 feet across despite their tiny size. Most remarkably, we've discovered that gray foxes have semi-retractable claws, unique among canids, enabling them to climb trees, something foxes do regularly while other wild dogs do not. And we've learned that foxes can descend trees either head first or tail first, thanks to flexible ankles and those special claws, giving them complete mastery of vertical space. These facts reveal foxes as creatures of remarkable versatility, using underground spaces for safety, moving with speed and agility, and even climbing trees with cat-like grace, constantly adapting, constantly using every available resource and space to survive and thrive. Rest now. Let these discoveries settle into your dreaming mind. The world of foxes is rich, full of surprises, full of wonders, and as you sleep, your mind will process all you've learned, weaving it into dreams perhaps, or simply storing it away, building your understanding while you rest. Sleep now, deeply, peacefully, completely. You've earned this rest. You deserve this peace. Let go and sleep. And now, as you rest in this deep state of relaxation, let's explore how foxes adapt to the extremes of their world, from frozen tundras to scorching deserts, from wilderness to the spaces beside humans. Your breathing is so calm, so steady. Just listen and drift even deeper. In the far north, where winter brings darkness and cold beyond what most creatures can endure, the Arctic fox has evolved remarkable survival mechanisms. Arctic foxes have natural antifreeze. Yes, actual antifreeze, biological compounds in their blood and tissues that prevent ice crystals from forming even in temperatures far below zero. These special proteins, called antifreeze glycoproteins, bind to any ice crystals that begin to form, preventing them from growing larger, keeping the fox's blood flowing, keeping cells from being damaged by freezing. It's similar to the antifreeze you might put in a car, but infinitely more sophisticated, created by evolution, coded into genes, produced naturally by the fox's own body. This allows Arctic foxes to survive temperatures that would kill most mammals, to hunt and move about in conditions where other animals have long since sought shelter or migrated away. The Arctic fox walking across frozen tundra at 40 below zero, its blood protected by natural antifreeze, is a testament to life's remarkable adaptability, to the ingenious solutions nature creates for survival in extreme environments. Chemistry becomes biology, science becomes life, and a small white fox walks unharmed through cold that would be lethal to us. The Arctic fox's adaptations to extreme cold go even further. Arctic foxes can slow their heart rate to quasi-hibernate. When temperatures become truly brutal, when even their exceptional insulation and antifreeze aren't enough, Arctic foxes can enter a state similar to hibernation. Their heart rate drops dramatically from perhaps 120 beats per minute down to just 30 or 40. Their metabolism slows, burning less energy, requiring less food. Their body temperature decreases, just slightly, enough to conserve precious calories. They're not fully hibernating like a bear, not unconscious and immobile for months, but they're in a reduced state, quasi-hibernation, a middle ground between full activity and deep sleep. They can rouse themselves if needed, if opportunity presents or danger threatens, but while in this state, they're preserving, stretching their resources through the harshest periods. This adaptive flexibility, the ability to dial down when conditions demand it, to wait, to endure, to outlast the worst of the cold and the darkness. And then, when conditions improve, the heart rate increases again, metabolism rises, and the fox returns to full activity. Survival sometimes means knowing when to slow down, when to rest, when to conserve energy for better times ahead. You're doing so beautifully. Your own heart rate has slowed. Your own body has found its restful rhythm. Like the Arctic fox adapting to its environment, you're adapting to this moment, finding exactly the right state for what you need, which is deep, peaceful, restorative sleep. Your mind is so calm now, thoughts drifting like snow on a quiet wind. You're absorbing these gentle facts while sinking deeper and deeper into relaxation. This is perfect. You're perfect. Everything about this moment is exactly as it should be. Let yourself sink even further. There's nothing to hold on to. Just breathe and drift and feel how wonderfully peaceful you are. In the Arctic, food can be scarce, especially in the long dark winter when prey is hidden and hunting is difficult. Arctic foxes have developed an interesting survival strategy. Arctic foxes follow polar bears to scavenge leftovers. The massive polar bear, apex predator of the ice, kills a seal, feeds on the blubber and choice portions, and leaves the rest. The Arctic fox, patient and opportunistic, follows at a safe distance, waiting. When the bear moves on, satisfied, the fox approaches the kill and feeds on what remains. Scraps of meat, bits of blubber, pieces of skin. To the fox, it's a feast, valuable nutrition that required no energy to hunt, no risk of injury in catching. The relationship is commensal. The bear neither benefits nor suffers from the fox's presence, while the fox gains crucial calories. Following polar bears is strategy, survival through observation and patience, knowing who the successful hunters are and benefiting from their success. The small white fox trailing behind the massive white bear, across the ice, waiting for opportunity, is another example of fox intelligence, of using available resources, of understanding the environment well enough to exploit every advantage. Not every meal needs to be hunted. Sometimes survival means knowing when to follow, when to wait, when to let someone else do the hard work. All of these adaptations, the antifreeze, the slowed metabolism, the scavenging behavior, they serve one primary purpose. Arctic foxes can endure extremely low temperatures. We're talking about temperatures that reach minus 70 degrees Celsius, minus 94 Fahrenheit, cold so intense that exposed human skin would freeze in seconds. And yet Arctic foxes not only survive, they remain active, hunting, moving, living their lives. Their fur is the warmest of any mammal, incredibly dense, with multiple layers providing insulation that traps heat close to the body. Their compact bodies minimize surface area, reducing heat loss. Their short ears and muzzles, unlike the large ears of desert foxes, keep extremities protected from frostbite. Every aspect of their anatomy is designed for one thing: keeping warm in the world's coldest environments. The Arctic fox curled in its den during a winter storm, or trotting across sea ice in darkness and brutal cold, is completely at home, perfectly adapted, thriving where most life cannot exist. It's a reminder that life finds ways, that adaptation can solve almost any challenge, that with the right tools, the right features, the right strategies, even the harshest environments become livable. The Arctic is not hostile to the Arctic fox. It's home. Feel how warm and comfortable you are, how safe in your own space. While Arctic foxes endure extreme cold, you're perfectly warm, perfectly comfortable, wrapped in blankets or sheets, protected and at ease. Your body is so relaxed now, so heavy and still. These facts about Arctic foxes are carrying you deeper into sleep, each one like a gentle step down into peaceful darkness. You're learning about survival, about adaptation, and somehow it makes you feel safe, knowing that life finds ways, that creatures endure, that there's resilience built into the natural world. And you're resilient too. You endure, you adapt. But right now, all you need to do is rest. Just breathe and drift and feel yourself sliding gently toward dreams. At the opposite extreme, in the scorching deserts of North Africa and the Middle East, another fox species has adapted to heat instead of cold. Fennec foxes use their huge ears to stay cool. Those enormous ears, sometimes longer than the fox's own face, aren't just for hearing, though they certainly help with that. They're radiators, cooling systems, biological heat exchangers. The ears are full of blood vessels, close to the surface, and as blood flows through them, heat radiates away, dissipating into the air. On hot desert nights, when the fennec emerges to hunt, those ears release excess body heat, keeping the tiny fox from overheating. The larger the surface area, the more heat can escape, and fennec ears provide remarkable surface area for such a small animal. It's the opposite strategy from the Arctic fox, which has small ears to conserve heat. The fennec has huge ears to release it. Same family, same genus even, but opposite problems requiring opposite solutions. And evolution provides both, creating Arctic foxes for the cold and fennec foxes for the heat, each one perfect for its environment, each one a solution to a different challenge. The fennec fox in the Sahara, ears spread wide, radiating heat into the cooling night air, is as well adapted to its world as the Arctic fox is to the frozen north. Temperature extremes, whether hot or cold, can be survived, even thrived in, with the right adaptations. But foxes everywhere, regardless of species or climate, share certain behaviors. On cold nights, foxes wrap their tails around themselves like a blanket. That magnificent bushy tail we discussed early on. It serves yet another purpose. When a fox settles down to sleep, whether in a den or simply curled on the ground, it wraps that tail around its body, pulling it up over the nose and face, creating a warm pocket of air. The tail acts as insulation, as a scarf and blanket combined, protecting the most vulnerable parts, the face, the nose, the paws, from cold. You've probably seen dogs do something similar, curling into tight balls with tails tucked. But the foxtail is especially suited for this, so full and fluffy, so perfectly designed to conserve heat. A fox sleeping in snow, covered except for that tail wrapped around, is warm enough, comfortable enough, safe enough. The tail is blanket, as comfort, as protection. It's one more example of how every feature of a fox serves multiple purposes, how nothing is wasted, how efficiency and elegance combine in nature's designs. And perhaps you too have pulled your blanket a little closer, adjusted your position for maximum comfort, seeking that perfect warm cocoon for sleep. We're not so different, humans and foxes, all of us seeking warmth, comfort, safety as we rest. Notice how completely relaxed you are now, how your whole body has softened into your bed. You're so comfortable, so warm, so perfectly positioned for sleep. These gentle facts about how foxes stay warm or cool are soothing, peaceful, exactly right for this quiet moment. Your mind is absorbing everything effortlessly, storing these discoveries while preparing for dreams. You're doing wonderfully, sinking deeper with every breath, letting go more completely with every moment. There's nowhere else to be, nothing else to do, just this, just now, just the gentle drift into peaceful sleep. You're almost there, almost fully asleep, and it feels so good, so natural, so right. Not all foxes live in remote wilderness, in Arctic tundra or desert sands. Many have adapted to a very different landscape. Foxes are sometimes called urban survivors. In cities around the world, London, Tokyo, Toronto, Los Angeles, foxes have established populations, learning to live alongside humans, thriving in urban environments. They've earned this title, urban survivors, through remarkable adaptability. The skills that help foxes survive in wild environments: intelligence, flexibility, omnivorous diet, ability to live in small spaces. All of these translate perfectly to city life, where wolves and coyotes struggle with human proximity, where many wild animals cannot adapt to urban noise and light and activity. Foxes manage just fine. They've learned to cross streets safely, to avoid dangerous humans while approaching friendly ones, to find food in garbage bins and compost heaps and deliberately provided meals. They've learned to live with dogs and cats, to navigate fences and walls, to use human structures for shelter. The urban fox is a new ecological niche, a relatively recent development as cities have grown, and foxes have filled it successfully, becoming permanent residents of metropolitan areas. They're survivors, adaptable and resilient, making homes in the spaces between human spaces, living parallel lives in our own backyards. These urban foxes are remarkably creative about where they make their homes. Foxes can live under garden sheds, tree roots, and railway embankments. They don't need wilderness dens or ancient burrows, though they'll use those if available. In cities, they improvise. The space beneath a garden shed provides perfect shelter, dark, protected from weather, usually undisturbed. The hollow beneath tree roots in a park, natural and secluded, becomes a fox den. Railway embankments, with their slopes and drainage areas and general lack of human foot traffic, offer excellent denning sites. Foxes have been found living under parking lots, in drainage pipes, in abandoned buildings, anywhere that offers shelter and security. They're not particular, not demanding. They simply need a safe space, and they're clever enough to recognize potential in places we'd never consider habitable. The fox under your garden shed is perfectly comfortable there, raising cubs, sleeping through the day, emerging at night to hunt, living a full fox life in a space measured in square feet. Urban foxes prove that home is wherever you make it, that adaptability means seeing potential where others see nothing, that survival often depends on creativity and the willingness to try unconventional solutions. Your breathing is so slow now, so peaceful, barely there. You're right on the edge of sleep, consciousness flickering, thoughts dissolving before they fully form. These facts about urban foxes are the last things you're aware of. Gentle information drifting through your fading awareness. You're safe. You're comfortable. You're exactly where you should be. Let yourself go completely now. Surrender to sleep. Allow it to take you fully. There's nothing left to hold on to. Nothing left to think about. Just sleep. Deep, peaceful, restorative sleep. You've done so well, learned so much, and now it's time to rest completely. Let go, and sleep, and dream. Urban foxes demonstrate impressive problem-solving abilities. Foxes use trial and error to open trash cans. They observe, They experiment. They learn. A fox encounters a trash can, smells food inside, and wants access. The lid is closed, latched perhaps, certainly not designed for foxes to open. But the fox tries, pushing with its nose, pulling with its teeth, pawing at the lid. The first attempt fails. The fox tries again, from a different angle, with different pressure. Again it fails, but the fox persists, trying, learning, adjusting technique. Eventually, it finds the right approach. The lid opens, and food is the reward. That success is remembered. Next time the fox goes straight to the technique that worked, becoming more efficient. And if that trash can gets a new latch, the fox starts the process again. Trial and error, learning through experimentation. This is intelligence in action, problem solving, the ability to learn from experience and adjust behavior accordingly. Urban foxes have learned to open all sorts of containers, to manipulate latches and levers, to access food sources that would seem impossible without opposable thumbs. They're persistent, patient, clever, using their minds to overcome physical limitations. Despite being wild animals, foxes retain a sense of playfulness even in urban environments. Foxes sometimes play with objects like balls. They've been filmed stealing balls from gardens, toys left out by children, and playing with them, tossing them in the air, pouncing on them, carrying them around. There's no survival value in this, no nutritional benefit, no territorial advantage. It's pure play, pure enjoyment. The fox entertaining itself with a found toy. Some foxes have even been observed returning night after night to play with the same ball, coming back to a garden just for the toy. It's delightful, unexpected, a reminder that foxes, despite being wild predators, have an inner life that includes joy, curiosity, fun. The fox playing with a ball is experiencing something beyond survival. It's living, not just existing, and in that playfulness, we see something relatable, something we understand from our own experience. Play is universal. Joy transcends species, and the fox tossing a ball in the moonlight is engaged in the same kind of activity that human children, that puppies, that creatures of all kinds engage in. It's life celebrating itself, energy finding expression, happiness made visible. Feel the smile that might be touching your lips, thinking about foxes playing with balls. It's a sweet image, a gentle thought to carry into sleep. You're so deeply relaxed now, so completely at peace. Your body is still, your mind quiet, and sleep is here, all around you, ready to embrace you fully. You've learned so much tonight, discovered so many wonderful things about foxes, and now it's time to let it all go, to drift into dreams, to rest completely. You're doing so beautifully, so perfectly. Sleep now, deeply and peacefully, knowing you're safe, you're comfortable, you're exactly where you belong. The relationship between foxes and humans is complex, especially in urban areas. Foxes are wary of humans but can be playful. They maintain distance usually, watching from shadows, disappearing when approached too directly. They're wild animals, cautious, instinctively protective of themselves. But they've also learned that humans aren't always threats, that some humans provide food, that others simply ignore them. So they've become bolder, more curious, sometimes approaching closer than wilderness foxes would. They might play near humans who are sitting quietly, perform their hunting pounces in view of observers, even make eye contact, assessing, wondering. They're not tame, not domesticated, but they're not purely wild either, not in the traditional sense. There's something in between, adapted to human presence while maintaining their essential foxness. This wariness combined with playfulness creates interesting interactions, moments when human and fox share space, acknowledge each other, coexist peacefully. The fox that plays in your garden at dusk, aware of you watching from the window, is navigating a relationship, balancing caution with curiosity, fear with interest, and this relationship between humans and foxes has deeper roots than we might imagine. Foxes have a long history of bonding with humans. Long before dogs were domesticated, before wolves became companions, ancient humans likely interacted with foxes. Archaeological evidence suggests foxes lived near human settlements thousands of years ago, benefiting from our refuse, our warmth, our presence. In some cultures, foxes were kept as pets, as companions, valued for their beauty and intelligence. There are burial sites from thousands of years ago where humans and foxes were interred together, suggesting deep bonds, meaningful relationships. Modern experiments have shown that foxes can be bred for tameness, that within just a few generations, foxes can become dog-like in their friendliness toward humans, seeking attention, wagging their tails, demonstrating affection. The potential was always there. The capacity for bonding, the ability to bridge the species gap. Foxes and humans have walked parallel paths for millennia, sometimes intersecting, sometimes sharing space and resources, creating a relationship that's ancient, complex, ongoing. We've always been fascinated by foxes, drawn to them, and they've found ways to live with us, to benefit from proximity while maintaining independence. It's a different relationship than we have with dogs. More equal, perhaps, less about dominance and domestication, more about mutual tolerance, even mutual appreciation. Breathe, just breathe, and feel yourself drifting now into sleep. Your mind has journeyed through so much, from Arctic ice to desert heat, from wilderness to city streets, from ancient bonds to modern coexistence. And through it all, you've been relaxing, releasing, letting go. Sleep is here now, all around you, within you, and you're ready, so ready to surrender to it completely. Rest now, deeply, peacefully, knowing you've learned beautiful things, that your mind will process and store these discoveries while you sleep. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're exactly where you should be. Sleep, sleep deeply, sleep peacefully, and dream. Let's gather what we've discovered about foxes and extreme adaptations, about foxes and humans. We've learned that Arctic foxes have natural antifreeze in their blood, can slow their heart rate to quasi-hibernate, follow polar bears to scavenge leftovers, and can endure extremely low temperatures through multiple adaptations. We've seen how fennec foxes use their huge ears to stay cool in desert heat, and how all foxes wrap their tails around themselves like blankets on cold nights. We've explored urban foxes, called urban survivors, that live under garden sheds, tree roots, and railway embankments, using trial and error to open trash cans and demonstrating playfulness by playing with objects like balls. And we've learned that foxes are wary of humans but can be playful, and have a long history of bonding with humans stretching back thousands of years. These facts reveal foxes as ultimate adapters, thriving in temperature extremes, finding homes in wild and urban spaces, solving problems, playing, and sharing a complex, ancient relationship with humanity itself. Rest now. Let all of this settle into your sleeping mind. More discoveries await, but sleep calls now, sweet and insistent, and you're ready to answer. Breathe, release, and drift away into peaceful, restful, perfect sleep. And now, as you rest in this deep state of peace, let's explore how foxes communicate with each other, and how they've captured human imagination across cultures and centuries. Your breathing is so slow, so calm. Just listen and let these gentle discoveries carry you deeper still. We've touched on this before, but it's worth revisiting, because communication is essential to fox life. Foxes use scent marking to communicate. In a world where foxes live mostly solitary lives, where they might go days without seeing another fox, scent becomes their primary means of leaving messages, of staying connected across distance and time. A fox passing through its territory will pause, back up to a rock or tree or fence post, and rub its tail gland against it, depositing that musky scent. The message lingers for days, telling other foxes, I was here. This is my territory. I am present even when you cannot see me. Scent marking happens at boundaries, at prominent landmarks, at places where fox paths intersect. It's like leaving notes, posting signs, creating an invisible map of presence and ownership that other foxes can read perfectly. They approach a marked spot, sniff carefully, and learn who left the mark, when they were here, even perhaps something about their health or reproductive status. All of this information, encoded in scent, in molecules that drift on the air and cling to surfaces. It's a sophisticated communication system, elegant in its simplicity, effective across the solitary distances of fox life. And there's something soothing about this, about the idea that you can leave a message, send communication, stay connected, even when you're not physically present. Foxes understand this, have perfected it, turning scent into language. We've also learned before about the source of these scent marks. Foxes have a strong, musky smell, that distinctive odor that comes from glands at the base of their tail. It's powerful, unmistakable. The smell of fox. To human noses it can be overwhelming, almost skunky, though not quite as intense. But to foxes it's information, it's identity, it's communication. That smell announces presence, marks territory, identifies individuals. Each fox's scent is slightly different, like a signature, like a name written in molecules. When foxes mark their territory with this scent, they're saying, "This is mine, I belong here, I am." And when they encounter another fox's scent, they're reading a message, learning about their neighbor, their rival, their potential mate. The musky smell that seems so strong to us is the very language of fox society. The primary way they stay aware of each other across their solitary territories. What we perceive as just smell, foxes perceive as complex communication, layered with meaning, rich with information. Every sense is different for every creature. Every animal experiences the world through its own unique perceptual lens. And for foxes, scent is perhaps their richest sense, their most important channel of information. Feel how deeply relaxed you are. Your body is so still, so heavy, melting into your bed. Your mind is quiet, peaceful, absorbing these gentle facts about fox communication. You're learning without effort, understanding without strain. Each fact settles softly into your awareness and then dissolves, making space for the next. This is exactly how it should be. Easy, peaceful, natural. Your breathing is so slow now, so deep, the breathing of someone already dreaming. You're right there, right on the edge, and it's the most peaceful feeling in the world. Let yourself sink even deeper. There's nothing to hold on to, nothing you need to remember or do. Just drift and feel how wonderfully calm you are. And we've spoken before of that magnificent tail, but it's worth mentioning again because it serves so many purposes. Foxes have bushy tails that help with balance and communication. That flowing plume, thick and luxurious, acts as a counterweight when the fox leaps and turns, keeps them steady when they're executing those precise hunting pounces. But it's also a visual signal to other foxes, a flag that communicates emotion and intention. A tail held high shows confidence, dominance, alertness. A tail tucked low suggests submission, fear, caution. A tail bushed out, fluffed to maximum size, signals alarm, aggression. I'm bigger than I look. Stay back. Foxes watch each other's tails, reading mood and intention, understanding social dynamics through the position and movement of that bushy appendage. Combined with scent marking from the glands at its base, the tail is both a visual and chemical communication device, a multifunctional tool that helps foxes balance, stay warm, and communicate. Nature rarely creates single-purpose features, and the foxtail is a perfect example, serving so many roles: elegant and efficient, beautiful and practical all at once. Just as you have many dimensions, many aspects to who you are, the foxtail has many purposes, many meanings, layers of function wrapped in that one fluffy feature. Now let's turn our attention to something different, to how foxes appear in human culture, in our stories and myths and imagination. For thousands of years, humans have told stories about foxes, and these stories reveal as much about us as they do about foxes. In Japanese mythology, foxes, called kitsune, are magical tricksters. They're not simply animals. They're supernatural beings, shapeshifters with incredible powers. A kitsune can transform into human form, often appearing as a beautiful woman. They possess magical abilities, can create illusions, manipulate fire, even fly. The number of tails a kitsune has indicates its age and power, with the most powerful having 9 tails. Some kitsune are benevolent, serving as guardians and bringing good fortune. Others are mischievous or even malevolent, playing tricks on humans, leading travelers astray. But all kitsune share certain traits: intelligence, cunning, the ability to see through deception. They're deeply woven into Japanese culture, appearing in countless stories, honored at shrines, respected and feared in equal measure. The kitsune represents the fox elevated to mythological status, the real animal transformed by human imagination into something magical, mysterious, powerful. And perhaps there's truth in this. Perhaps foxes are magical in their own way, with their remarkable senses, their intelligence, their ability to thrive in so many environments. The line between natural and supernatural becomes blurry, and the fox walks that line perfectly. Across the ocean, in the Americas, other cultures told their own fox stories. In Apache mythology, the fox brought fire to humans. This is a gift-bringer story, common across many cultures but featuring different animals. For the Apache, it was the fox who saw that humans were cold, suffering without warmth or light, unable to cook their food. The fox decided to help, and through cleverness and bravery, stole fire from those who guarded it and brought it to humanity. The details vary in different tellings, but the essence remains: the fox as benefactor, as helper, as the clever one who could accomplish what others could not. This portrays the fox in a heroic light, using its intelligence for good, serving humanity, bridging the gap between the natural and human worlds. Fire is transformative, essential, the technology that allowed humans to advance. And in Apache tradition, we owe this gift to the fox. It's a beautiful story, honoring the fox, elevating it to the status of culture hero, recognizing its special qualities and enshrining them in sacred narrative. Notice how peaceful you feel hearing these ancient stories. There's something deeply soothing about mythology, about tales told for centuries, passed down through generations. These stories about foxes connect us to the past, to our ancestors who watched the same animals, wondered at the same behaviors, and created meaning through narrative. You're part of this continuity, this long chain of humans telling stories, finding meaning, creating culture. And right now, you're so relaxed, so deeply at peace. Your mind is absorbing these myths while preparing for your own dreams, your own stories that will unfold as you sleep. You're doing so beautifully, letting go more completely with each moment. There's such peace in this, such deep relaxation. Let yourself sink even further into the soft darkness, into rest, into sleep. The Apache and Japanese myths are part of a broader pattern. Foxes are often symbols of trickery and wit in many cultures. Across Europe, Africa, Asia, the Americas, fox stories share common themes. The fox is clever, cunning, able to outsmart larger or more powerful animals through intelligence rather than strength. The fox is the trickster who escapes the trap, who talks its way out of danger, who turns the tables on the hunter. Think of Aesop's fables, the fox and the grapes, the fox and the crow, stories where the fox uses wit and flattery and clever thinking to get what it wants. Think of Reynard the fox from medieval European literature, a character so popular he appeared in stories across multiple countries. Always clever, always scheming, always somehow surviving and thriving despite opposition. The trickster archetype appears in many cultures, and the fox often fills this role. The trickster is neither hero nor villain, but something in between, operating by their own rules, challenging authority, revealing truth through deception, teaching lessons through mischief. And the fox, with its intelligence, its ability to thrive through cleverness rather than power, fits this archetype perfectly. These stories reflect what humans have observed in real foxes: the problem-solving, the adaptability, the ability to succeed through brains rather than brawn. We've watched foxes for thousands of years, seen how they operate, and turned those observations into story, into meaning, into cultural symbols that persist across time and space. This symbolic use of foxes extends throughout human creative expression. Foxes have been used as symbols in literature and culture for centuries. From ancient fables to medieval tales to modern novels and films, foxes appear again and again. They're used to represent different qualities depending on the context: cleverness, beauty, wildness, independence, cunning, adaptability. An author might include a fox to symbolize a clever character or to represent the wild nature that civilization tries to tame, or to embody feminine beauty and grace. Artists paint foxes, sculptors create fox forms, poets write verses about fox behavior and appearance. The fox has become a cultural symbol, a shorthand for certain qualities and ideas, recognized across diverse audiences. When we see a fox in a story or artwork, we bring associations, expectations, cultural knowledge about what foxes mean. And these meanings have been built up over centuries, layer upon layer of stories and observations and artistic representations, creating a rich symbolic vocabulary around these animals. The real fox and the cultural fox exist side by side, each informing the other, each adding depth to our understanding and appreciation. Your thoughts are so slow now, drifting like leaves on still water. These facts about foxes and culture are interesting, but distant somehow, like something remembered from long ago. You're absorbing them while sinking deeper into sleep, learning while letting go. Your body is completely relaxed, every muscle soft, every tension released. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're exactly where you belong. Sleep is all around you now, within you, calling you deeper, and you're ready, so ready to answer that call. Just breathe and drift and feel yourself sliding gently into dreams. In more recent times, these cultural representations continue and evolve. Foxes are often symbols of intelligence and magic in movies and folklore. Think of contemporary animated films. Foxes portrayed as clever protagonists, as mysterious magical creatures, as symbols of wildness and freedom. In fantasy literature, fox spirits appear, shapeshifters and magical beings, echoing those ancient kitsune myths but adapted for modern audiences. In children's books, foxes are clever characters who solve problems, who help friends, who navigate challenges with wit and wisdom. The association between foxes and intelligence is so strong, so culturally embedded, that we automatically assign these qualities when a fox appears in fiction. And the magical element persists too, perhaps because foxes seem almost magical in reality. With their uncanny senses, their ability to thrive everywhere, their beauty and grace, we see magic in them, whether literal magic in stories or the figurative magic of their real abilities. Modern folklore continues the traditions of the past, foxes as tricksters, as wise ones, as magical beings, connecting contemporary culture to ancient roots. And indeed, across the world, across time, this pattern holds. Foxes appear in many cultures' folklore, from Scandinavia to sub-Saharan Africa, from China to Native American traditions, from Celtic myths to Arabian tales, foxes are present. Each culture adds its own details, its own interpretations, its own local observations of fox behavior. But certain themes recur: cleverness, adaptability, the ability to move between worlds, between wild and civilized, between day and night, between the real and the magical. Foxes are liminal creatures, existing at boundaries, and humans have always been fascinated by boundaries, by things that don't fit neatly into categories. The fox is not quite cat, not quite dog, not quite tame, not quite wild, not quite diurnal, not quite nocturnal. It exists in the spaces between, and we've created folklore that reflects this. Stories where foxes transform, where they bridge worlds, where they serve as messengers or mediators or tricksters operating outside normal rules. Every culture that has encountered foxes has created stories about them, woven them into mythology and folklore, recognized something special, something worthy of narrative attention. It's a testament to the fox's impact on human imagination, its ability to capture our attention, to inspire story and meaning. Feel how still you are, how quiet. Your mind has wandered through centuries of human culture, through myths and stories, through the symbolic foxes that live in our imagination. And all the while, you've been drifting deeper into peace, into relaxation, into sleep. You're almost entirely asleep now, just a whisper of awareness remaining, just enough to hear these final gentle facts. Let that last bit of consciousness dissolve. Let yourself slip completely into sleep. There's nothing left to hold on to, nothing left to think about. Just rest, just sleep, just peace. Our relationship with foxes, our perception of them, has changed over time. Foxes were once feared but are now seen as friendly. In agricultural societies, foxes were often persecuted, seen as threats to chickens and other livestock, as pests to be eliminated. They were hunted, trapped, killed in large numbers. Fox hunting became a sport in some countries, a tradition that continued for centuries. Foxes were portrayed in stories as sly, deceitful, dangerous, not to be trusted. But attitudes have shifted, especially in recent decades. As more people have moved to cities, as direct conflict with foxes has decreased, as we've learned more about fox behavior and ecology, perception has changed. Now many people see foxes as beautiful, fascinating, welcome neighbors. Urban foxes are often viewed positively, as wildlife ambassadors bringing nature into cities. People enjoy seeing them, photographing them, watching them play in gardens. The fear has largely dissolved, replaced by appreciation, even affection. We recognize now that foxes aren't threats to humans, that they're intelligent animals doing what they need to survive, that they can coexist with us peacefully. This shift reflects broader changes in how humans relate to wildlife, moving from fear and control toward appreciation and coexistence. And the fox, adaptable as always, has benefited from this change, thriving in urban areas where humans no longer persecute them, living alongside us in new relationships, from feared pest to friendly neighbor. The fox's status in human culture has transformed, and perhaps will continue to evolve as we learn more, understand more, appreciate more. Breathe and let go completely now. Your mind has traveled so far tonight through fox biology and behavior, through adaptations and abilities, through human culture and mythology. You've learned so much, discovered so many wonderful things, and now it's time to rest completely, to let all of this settle into your sleeping mind, to drift away into deep, peaceful, restorative sleep. You're safe, you're comfortable, you're exactly where you should be. Sleep now, sleep deeply, sleep peacefully, and dream. Let's gather what we've discovered about fox communication and cultural significance. We've revisited how foxes use scent marking to communicate, leaving messages in that strong musky smell produced by tail glands, and how their bushy tails serve multiple purposes, including communication through visual signals. We've explored foxes in human mythology and culture, learning that in Japanese tradition they're magical kitsune tricksters, that in Apache mythology the fox brought fire to humans, and that across many cultures foxes symbolize trickery and wit. We've seen how foxes have been used as symbols in literature and culture for centuries, appearing in modern movies and folklore as symbols of intelligence and magic, present in folklore from cultures around the world. And we've learned how human perception has changed, from viewing foxes as creatures to be feared, to seeing them now as friendly neighbors, marking a shift in how we relate to wildlife. These facts reveal the fox as not just a biological creature, but a cultural one as well, woven deeply into human imagination and storytelling, inspiring myths and meanings that persist across centuries and continents, a testament to the fox's special place in our shared consciousness. Rest now. Let these stories and symbols drift into your dreams. The fox lives in the real world and in our imaginations, in forests and cities, and in the landscape of human culture. And as you sleep, all of this knowledge settles, becomes part of you, enriching your understanding. Sleep deeply, peacefully, completely. You've done so well, and now only rest remains. And now, as we approach the end of our gentle journey through the world of foxes, let's reflect on their lives, their challenges, and all we've discovered together. You're so deeply relaxed now, so peaceful. Just breathe and let these final facts wash over you like a gentle tide. Life in the wild is beautiful, but also challenging, and foxes face many difficulties in their natural environments. The average wild red fox lives only 2 to 4 years. Just 2 to 4 years. It's remarkably brief, especially when we know that foxes in captivity can live 12 to 15 years or even longer. But the wild is harsh, demanding, full of dangers. Young foxes face particularly high mortality. Many don't survive their first year. They succumb to starvation when hunting skills aren't yet developed, to predators like wolves or coyotes or large birds of prey, to disease, to accidents. Even adult foxes face constant challenges. A hard winter with deep snow can mean starvation. An encounter with a larger predator can mean death. Diseases like mange or rabies can sweep through fox populations. Cars take a terrible toll on urban foxes. Roads cutting through territories creating deadly barriers. So while individual foxes might live longer, the average is pulled down by these many threats, these constant pressures. 2 to 4 years to be born, to grow, to hunt, to mate perhaps once or twice, to raise cubs if they're lucky, and then to pass on. It's a brief candle, burning brightly but quickly, and yet in that short time, a fox lives fully, experiences the world through those remarkable senses, plays and hunts and communicates, contributes to the ongoing stream of fox life. Quality over quantity perhaps, intensity over duration. A short life, but a complete one. A fox life lived as foxes have lived for millions of years. The challenges foxes face vary by species and location. Some fox species have healthy populations while others are at risk of extinction. The red fox, as we've learned, is thriving, widespread, abundant, one of the most successful carnivores on Earth. Arctic foxes have stable populations in most of their range, but other species are struggling. The Darwin's fox of Chile is critically endangered, with only a few hundred individuals remaining, threatened by habitat loss and attacks from domestic dogs. The island fox of California's Channel Islands nearly went extinct, saved only by intensive conservation efforts. The swift fox of North America declined dramatically due to poisoning campaigns and habitat loss, though conservation work has helped it recover in some areas. Each species faces its own unique challenges, its own particular threats. Some adapt well to human presence, others cannot tolerate it. Some have large ranges that provide resilience. Others exist only in small pockets of habitat. The story of foxes is not one story but many, some hopeful, some concerning, all connected to how humans alter the landscape and how different fox species respond. Conservation requires understanding these individual situations, protecting habitat, managing threats, giving vulnerable species room to recover and thrive. The healthy populations remind us that coexistence is possible. The struggling ones remind us that we must remain vigilant, that wild creatures need our consideration and care. Feel how peaceful you are, even hearing about these challenges. There's sadness in knowing that some foxes struggle, but there's also hope in knowing that some thrive, that conservation works, that humans can choose to help rather than harm. You're so deeply relaxed now, your body completely at rest, your mind quiet and calm. These facts are settling into you gently, becoming part of your understanding, even as sleep draws nearer and nearer. You're doing so beautifully, learning and releasing simultaneously, growing more peaceful with each breath. Let yourself sink even deeper. There's nothing you need to hold on to, nothing you need to remember right now. Just drift and feel how wonderfully calm you are, how ready for sleep. Human relationships with foxes have not always been kind, and it's important to acknowledge this, though we'll speak of it gently, as befits this peaceful moment. Fox hunting with dogs was banned in England and Wales in 2004. For centuries before that, fox hunting was a traditional sport, particularly among the wealthy, where foxes were chased by packs of hounds, with mounted riders following. It was controversial, with some viewing it as cultural tradition and others seeing it as cruel and unnecessary. After long debate, after years of protest and discussion, the ban was enacted, making it illegal to hunt foxes with dogs. The practice continues in modified form in some places, with artificial scents used instead of live foxes, preserving the riding and social aspects without the killing. But the ban marked a significant shift in how society views foxes, recognizing them as worthy of protection, as creatures whose lives matter, as more than targets for sport. It reflected changing attitudes, growing awareness of animal welfare, a cultural evolution toward compassion. The fox that once was hunted is now more often photographed, watched, appreciated. Society changes, values evolve, and the ban represents that evolution, a legal recognition that foxes deserve to live without being pursued for entertainment. Another difficult chapter in human-fox relations involves fur farming. Foxes have been bred on fur factory farms, raised in captivity specifically for their pelts. This practice began in the late 1800s and continues in some countries today, though it's been banned in others due to animal welfare concerns. Foxes in these facilities live in small cages, far from their natural behaviors of running, hunting, exploring territories. The practice is controversial, with ongoing debates about ethics, animal welfare, and necessity. Many countries have moved away from fur farming, recognizing the suffering involved, choosing to prioritize animal welfare over fur production. Consumer attitudes have shifted as well, with many people rejecting fur products, choosing alternatives, refusing to support industries that cause animal suffering. This represents another cultural evolution, similar to the hunting ban, where society grapples with how we treat animals, what we consider acceptable, what values we want to embody. The conversation continues, but the trend is toward greater compassion, toward recognizing that convenience or tradition or profit don't justify suffering, that animals, including foxes, deserve consideration and care. Breathe deeply and let these difficult truths settle without disturbing your peace. Yes, humans have sometimes treated foxes poorly, but we're learning, changing, evolving toward better relationships with the natural world. And you, right now, are so deeply relaxed, so profoundly at peace. Your body is heavy, soft, completely at rest. These facts, even the sad ones, are just information, just knowledge, and they don't need to create tension or distress. They simply are part of the fuller picture, part of understanding, and you're absorbing them while remaining beautifully calm, wonderfully relaxed. You're exactly where you should be, doing exactly what serves you. Let yourself sink even deeper now into that soft darkness, into peace, into sleep that's waiting to embrace you fully. Now, let's return to the positive, to the remarkable qualities of foxes that we've explored throughout this journey. And some of these, you'll recognize. We've discussed them before, but hearing them again is soothing, like a familiar melody, like returning home. Foxes are highly intelligent and adaptable. Yes, we've learned this, seen it demonstrated in so many ways. Their problem-solving abilities, their capacity to thrive in diverse environments from Arctic tundra to urban streets, their ability to learn and remember and innovate, intelligence and adaptability. These are the keys to fox success, the qualities that allow them to persist while other species struggle. The intelligent fox learns from experience, adjusts behavior, finds new solutions to new problems. The adaptable fox shifts diet when prey is scarce, finds shelter in unexpected places, coexists with humans when wilderness is unavailable. These qualities, intelligence and adaptability, they're not just survival skills. They're what make foxes such fascinating creatures, worthy of our attention and admiration. And hearing this again, this reminder of fox capability, it reinforces what you already know, settles deeper into understanding, becomes part of how you think about these remarkable animals. And we've learned too that foxes are playful at all ages. This bears repeating because it's such a delightful quality. From cubs tumbling in play fights to adults tossing objects in the air, foxes maintain playfulness throughout life. Play is joy. Play is life celebrating itself. Play is energy finding expression beyond mere survival. The playful fox is the fox that's truly alive, engaged with the world, finding delight in movement and interaction. This quality makes foxes relatable, endearing. It bridges the gap between human and animal, because we too are playful. We too find joy in activities that serve no practical purpose but make life worth living. The fox playing with a ball. The fox leaping over logs just for the pleasure of jumping. These moments remind us that existence is more than just survival. It's about experiencing, enjoying, being present to the moment. And as you drift towards sleep, you might hold this thought that life includes play, includes joy, includes moments of pure presence, and tomorrow, when you wake refreshed, you might find those moments too. Notice how still you've become, how quiet everything is. Your breathing is so slow, so deep, barely there. These familiar facts, these reminders of what you've already learned, they're comforting, soothing, like being wrapped in something soft and warm. You know these things now. They're part of you, and hearing them again just reinforces, settles them deeper, makes them permanent. You're so close to sleep now, so very close, just a whisper away from dreams. Your mind is processing all you've learned tonight, organizing, storing, making connections, and soon, very soon, you'll let go completely, surrender to sleep, and all of this knowledge will rest with you, become part of you. You're doing so beautifully, so perfectly. Just a little further now, just a bit deeper, and sleep will take you completely. Another quality worth remembering: foxes can remember food locations for years. That impressive spatial memory we discussed, allowing them to cache food and return to it much later, to remember productive hunting spots across seasons, to build mental maps of their territories with remarkable detail. This memory serves them in survival, but it also demonstrates cognitive sophistication, the ability to hold information across time, to plan for future needs based on past experience. The fox that remembers is the fox that thrives, drawing on accumulated knowledge, benefiting from experience. And this memory extends beyond food. Foxes can recognize individual humans and animals. They distinguish between different people, between the one who feeds them and the one who chases them away, between familiar dogs and strange ones. They remember interactions, form associations, adjust their behavior based on who they're encountering. This is advanced social cognition. This is intelligence applied to relationships. This is the capacity to see individuals rather than just categories. The fox that recognizes you has assessed you, remembered you, made decisions about you based on past encounters. You matter to that fox. You're not just a human, but that particular human. And this creates the possibility for relationship, for connection across species lines. We know too, from earlier in our journey, that foxes are mostly solitary animals. Unlike wolves with their packs, unlike the intensely social nature of domestic dogs, foxes prefer to walk alone, to hunt alone, to live in their own company most of the time. Small family groups form, a mother with cubs, sometimes a mated pair, occasionally helper foxes contributing to cub rearing. But mostly, foxes are independent, self-sufficient, complete in themselves. There's something almost meditative about this solitary nature, about choosing independence over constant company, about finding sufficiency in oneself. The solitary fox is not lonely. It's self-contained, comfortable in its own presence, needing only itself for completeness. And yet, as we've learned, they remain connected through scent marking, through vocalizations, through occasional encounters, maintaining a loose social network while preserving individual independence. It's a balance between solitude and connection, between independence and relationship, a balance that foxes have perfected over millions of years. Feel yourself drifting, floating, barely aware now. These gentle reminders, these familiar facts, they're like a lullaby, rhythmic, soothing, carrying you deeper and deeper towards sleep. You know all of this already. You've learned it tonight, and hearing it again just makes it more solid, more permanent, more deeply embedded in your understanding. Your body is completely relaxed, utterly at peace. Your mind is quiet, thoughts barely forming, consciousness flickering like a candle about to go out. This is perfect. This is exactly right. You're on the very edge of sleep now, and it's the most peaceful feeling imaginable. Let yourself tip over that edge. Fall gently into sleep. Surrender completely to rest. There's nothing left to hold on to, nothing left to think about. Just sleep, just peace, just dreams waiting to unfold. The rhythm of a fox's day follows a particular pattern. Foxes are crepuscular animals, most active at dawn and dusk, during those twilight hours when the world is soft and gentle. Neither day nor night, but something in between. We've touched on this before, but it's worth revisiting, because it captures something essential about fox nature. They exist in the in-between times, in the transitional moments, in the spaces between categories. Crepuscular creatures, active when most animals are either fully active or fully at rest, when light is low but not absent, when the world is quiet but not silent. These are magical hours, when everything seems suspended, when possibility hangs in the air, and the fox moves through this liminal space perfectly at home, perfectly adapted, perfectly present. You too are in a liminal space now, between waking and sleeping, between consciousness and dreams, between one day and the next. Like the crepuscular fox, you exist in this in-between moment, and it's beautiful, peaceful, exactly where you should be. And we know, from the very beginning of our journey, that foxes live on every continent except Antarctica. This was one of our first discoveries, and now, near the end, we return to it, full circle, completing the journey, from deserts to tundras, from forests to cities, from mountains to plains. Foxes have spread across the world, adapting to nearly every environment Earth offers. Only Antarctica, frozen and harsh and lacking the prey base foxes need, remains without them. But everywhere else, on every other major landmass, foxes are present, living their lives, hunting and playing and raising young, continuing the ancient patterns of fox existence. This global distribution is testament to their adaptability, their resilience, their ability to make homes in diverse conditions. The fox in your region, wherever you are, is connected to foxes around the world, part of a global family, part of a species that has succeeded beyond most others in spreading across the planet. And knowing this, knowing that foxes are nearly everywhere. There's something comforting about it, something that suggests resilience, persistence, the capacity of life to find ways, to endure, to thrive. And finally, we return to where we began, to the very first fact of our journey together. Foxes are members of the dog family, Canidae. Despite their cat-like appearance and behavior, despite those vertical slit pupils and that feline grace and those semi-retractable claws of some species, despite all the ways they seem like cats, foxes are canids, related to dogs, to wolves, to coyotes, part of the dog family tree, carrying canid DNA, sharing ancestry with domestic dogs that might be sleeping nearby as you listen to this. We've come full circle, from this first fact to this final reminder, the journey complete, the knowledge integrated. The fox, mysterious and magical as it seems, is a dog, a wild dog, a canid that took its own evolutionary path, developing unique features and behaviors, but still connected to the family, still part of Canidae. And there's something satisfying about returning to the beginning, about closing the circle, about ending where we started but with so much more understanding, so much more depth, so much more appreciation for these remarkable animals. Breathe and let yourself rest completely now. You've traveled so far tonight, learned 100 facts about foxes, discovered so much about their biology, their behavior, their adaptations, their relationships with humans, their place in culture and mythology. From the Arctic to the desert, from ancient dens to city streets, from mythology to conservation, you've explored the full world of foxes. And through it all, you've been relaxing, releasing, drifting deeper and deeper into peace. Now, at the end of this journey, you're completely relaxed, utterly at peace, ready for deep, restorative, healing sleep. You've done so wonderfully, absorbed so much, learned with such ease and grace, and now it's time to let it all go, to drift away completely, to surrender to sleep and dreams. Let's gather these final discoveries one last time before sleep takes you completely. We've learned that wild red foxes typically live only 2 to 4 years, facing many challenges, and that while some fox species have healthy populations, others are at risk of extinction requiring conservation efforts. We've acknowledged difficult aspects of human-fox relations, learning that fox hunting with dogs was banned in England and Wales in 2004, and that foxes have been bred on fur farms, practices that reflect our evolving relationship with these animals. We've revisited many facts from our journey, remembering that foxes are highly intelligent and adaptable, playful at all ages, able to remember food locations for years and recognize individual humans and animals. We've recalled that they're mostly solitary, crepuscular creatures, living on every continent except Antarctica, and that despite their cat-like qualities, they're members of the dog family, Canidae, bringing us full circle to where we began. These final facts, these reminders and reflections, they complete our journey through the world of foxes, painting a full picture of creatures that are remarkable in their adaptations, fascinating in their behavior, resilient in their survival, and deeply woven into human culture and consciousness. From the first fact to the 100th, we've discovered that foxes are extraordinary, deserving of our wonder, our respect, our appreciation. And now, our journey together is complete. 100 facts about foxes, shared in peace, learned in relaxation, absorbed while drifting towards sleep. You know so much now about these beautiful creatures, about their lives and abilities and the challenges they face. Carry this knowledge gently into sleep. Let it rest with you. Let it become part of your dreams if it wishes. You're so deeply relaxed, so profoundly at peace. Your breathing is the breathing of deep sleep, your body completely still, your mind quiet as falling snow. Sleep now, deeply, peacefully, completely. Let go of everything. Release all awareness and drift away into the soft darkness, into dreams, into the deep rest your body and mind need and deserve. You've done so beautifully tonight, learning while releasing, discovering while letting go. And now, there's only sleep, only peace, only rest. Thank you for taking this gentle journey through the world of foxes. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be peaceful, and your rest be complete. Sleep, just sleep, and rest.